Chapter 1542. Kunlun Mountain was the final trump card of the Kunlun realm, the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse. In the end, it still fell to the demonic god. No matter how strong the demonic corpse's physical body was, it would eventually run out of strength. Its injuries piled up. In the end, it would explode into a pool of black blood. As for the demonic god, he was innately undefeatable. No matter how badly his body was damaged, he would recover in an extremely short time. Furthermore, the demonic god was terrifyingly strong. With one punch, he could easily knock back a prime. No one could block the demonic god's repeated attacks. Just look at how strong Xiao Chen was earlier. However, he did not last long against the demonic god. Not to mention Ing Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the Fox King. It's over. Seeing the final 10,000-year-old demonic corpse explode into a pool of blood, all the Kunlun realm cultivators sighed in their hearts. Qitian, there is no need for you to struggle. The Earth Demon Monarch and the other demonic world primes stopped their attacks. Their anxious hearts finally released their bated breath. After this, there was no need for them to make a move. The demonic god alone was sufficient to destroy 7 primes. Emperor Forsaken, Ing Zongtian, and the others remained silent. At this final moment, they did not feel fear or despair but pity. Pity that they could no longer see these great mountains and rivers. Pity that they would no longer have the chance to fight alongside their fellow Taoists. Ing Zongtian, I'm sorry. I have never apologized in my life. I believe that if I do not apologize now, there might not be another chance, Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. The heaven-abandoning deity, Sovereign, said indifferently. His expression was somewhat sorrowful and somewhat helpless. He also felt some regret. If he had not been so utilitarian in the past, the entire Kunlun realm would not have lost so much of its high-end combat power when Xiao Chen advanced to martial emperor. In this battle, there might have been a chance to protect the Kunlun realm. Although the demonic god was strong, if the demonic god killed all the other cultivators and demonic beasts of the demonic world, he alone would not be able to truly occupy the Kunlun realm. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "All right, I forgive you. I have never forgiven anyone who has made a big mistake in my life. Before I die, I won't let you have this regret." The few remaining Kunlun Supremes stood side by side, prepared to withstand the last wave of attack from the demonic god. Shui Lingling was a little tired. Standing on the mystic bird, the primordial energy in her body was almost exhausted, and her spirit was even more fatigued. Is it about to end? And Juanqi leaned against a mountain rock. He truly had no strength to continue fighting. He needed to rest, and his injuries also needed to recover. Feng Xingxing, Xianyuan Zhantian, Mo Qin, and the other Dragon's Gate cultivators all showed helplessness and dissatisfaction in their eyes. At this moment, it was as though the entire Kunlun realm was sighing. Qitian, you thought that you fought against me your entire life. However, from the very beginning, you've only been toyed with by me. Thousands of faces squeezed together under the demonic god skin, changing continuously. Finally, they turned into the Thunder King's face. Qitian said coldly, "Thunder King, if you want to make a move, do it quickly. Look at your current appearance. You look neither human nor ghost. You probably won't be able to die even if you wanted to. Humph! A dead person is not qualified to mock me. Hu Qi." Just at this moment, an intense beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. In reality, it was not that the light was very intense. It was just that the demonic clouds had covered the world for too long, preventing people from seeing sunlight for too long. Hence, the light was so piercing and intense. Light? These demonic clouds are 10 kilometers thick. Even I cannot pierce through them in one breath. Who did it? Ing Zongtian exclaimed in shock as he raised his head. That intense beam of light in the boundless darkness immediately attracted everyone's attention. The moment the light beam fell, a white figure slowly descended from the pillar of light. It's Big Brother Shao Qin. It's Shao Qin. It's the white-robed bladesman Shao Qin. The Blue Dragon King is back. Those with good eyesight immediately saw the white-clad person's appearance and could not help exclaiming, "The heavenly Tao is back. I can feel it." Emperor Forsaken, who had already accepted death, suddenly became excited. The Thunder King revealed a horrified expression. How can this be? He was so severely injured. How did he recover in such a short time? The demonic god could no longer care about killing Emperor Forsaken. Its huge body shrank continuously. The demonic god did not release its demonic might, fearing that the heavenly Tao would kill it. Hence, it had no choice but to take the initiative to scatter its cultivation. The beam of light continued to expand. By the time Shao Qin landed, the entire profound domain had recovered. The demonic clouds were like heavy snow in winter, continuously melting under the radiance of the sun. The demonic clouds covering the entire Kunlun realm vanished at an extremely fast pace. Just like how justice would definitely prevail over evil, darkness would not cover the land forever. As long as someone dared to stand out and poke a hole, the light of the heavenly Tao would spread over the land. How painful! How piercing! My strength is gone. So tired, so sleepy. I don't have any strength left. What's going on? Why did I suddenly age so much? Why? Why did my old injuries relapse? Countless demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts were horrified to discover that all sorts of terrifying problems had appeared around them. Several demons even started crying in despair. Earlier, they had been full of energy and strong bodies. Now their hair had turned white, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. No one would be able to accept this, draining one's life force to heal one's injuries and strengthen one's combat prowess. The side effects would arrive sooner or later. By poking a hole in the sky and weakening the demonic god's strength, Shao Qin had only brought this moment forward. Saber. Shao Qin stretched out his hand, and the scattered lunar shadow saber on the battlefield turned into a beam of light and returned to his hand. The absence of Ao Jiao in the saber stunned Shao Qin for a moment. However, he could sense that Ao Jiao was still alive. So Shao Qin let go of this worry. Holding the saber horizontally in his hand, Shao Qin sent out a saber light. A tyrannical aura that looked down on the world erupted from his body. The saber light swept out in all directions. All the demons and demonic beasts within 50 kilometers of Shao Qin were struck by the azure light. Dark Church's Church Master, do you dare to fight me again? The saber light on Shao Qin's saber flickered as he pointed it at the Dark Church's Church Master. A strong aura spread out from Shao Qin's body, giving the impression that he was a powerful saber sovereign, ruling the world unrivaled in all directions. Defeated opponent, this time the heavenly Tao is not isolated. Those old monsters of the Blue Dragon Palace will not dare to come and save you. I will make sure you die thoroughly. The Dark Church's Church Master returned to the height of a regular person. He held back his overwhelming demonic might. With a gentle leap, he arrived before Shao Qin, not showing any fear. At this moment, the thousands of demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts fell into chaos. The cultivators and demonic beasts that had already charged up the mountain all retreated in a fluster. The state of their bodies suddenly plummeted from their peak to rock bottom, accompanied by all sorts of pain. The side effects of overdrawing on their potential erupted. They were now even weaker than regular people, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Kunlun Realm's war banner rose up behind Shao Qin once more, fluttering loudly in the strong wind. The war banner did not fall. It was like a blazing fire, igniting the hot-bloodedness in everyone's hearts, turning it into a blazing flame. We cannot let them leave so easily. Rage burned in Njuanqi's eyes. His entire body was drained of energy. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up in the end, trembling. The many fatigued Kunlun realm cultivators gritted their teeth and stood up. They tightly gripped their weapons and charged out with their final breaths. Although they were injured and fatigued, they had not overdrawn on their potential. They did not have the side effects of the demons. Before the Kunlun realm cultivators, the demons did not have any combat prowess at all. They fled in panic, utterly defeated. Miserable cries rang out at every moment. Those were the miserable cries of the demons. Good and evil would be repaid. It was not that there was no retribution. It was just that the time had not come yet. After massacring so many people of the Kunlun realm, it was time for them to pay their debts. As Xiao Chen listened to the miserable cries, his expression did not change at all. He looked at the demonic god coldly and said, "This is their retribution. Soon it will be your turn." "Humph! Do you think that you can kill me by letting the might of the heavenly Tao descend again? Let me tell you, I will not die. As long as I am around, this war will not end." The Thunder King's eyes turned somewhat crazed. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he hated him so much that his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. He was just one step away from killing all the Kunlun realm primes and obtaining the Rock of Origin. However, Xiao Chen's reappearance shattered this beautiful dream. The situation of the battlefield also reversed. "You little bastard, you are even more loathsome than the Qing Emperor. If not for the fact that I had no choice, why would I nurture a tiger and invite disaster? However, since you do not treasure it, I will not show mercy either. Die!" The demonic god leaped into the air and punched. Overwhelming demonic might erupted intensely on his fist light. That strong demonic might could knock back a prime with just demonic might. Show mercy? You'd best use your full power. Otherwise, you will die very quickly. Xiao Chen casually swung his saber, not showing any fear of the other party. He met force with force, not dodging at all. Dang! The fist light and the saber clashed, producing a loud clang. The two each moved back 100 steps, evenly matched. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. Then he held his saber with both hands and looked at the other party coldly. The Thunder King, the demonic god, felt stunned. However, when he saw the blood on Xiao Chen's lips, he smiled and said, "What a surprise! You became so strong. Unfortunately, I am immortal. However, your flesh is your greatest weakness." Amid loud laughter, black sparks flew out of the Thunder King's fingers. With every step the demonic god took, a black lotus flower appeared under his feet. As the lotus flowers drifted in the air, the demonic god executed Thunder Hell. This time, the Thunder Hell was even stronger than the one the Thunder King executed. Flawless saber technique, heaven-swallowing stance. As Xiao Chen swung his saber, countless mysterious phenomena shot out of his body. There was a bright moon, snowflakes, a lightning dragon, a blazing sun, and boundless saber lights. Xiao Chen poured out all his comprehensions, eventually turning into a huge dragon head. The dragon had opened its huge mouth and sucked in all the lotus flowers, black lightning, and all the negative emotions. What martial technique is this? The Thunder King was startled. His Thunder Hell and the lotus flower mysterious phenomena were all gone. "I'll return them to you." Xiao Chen shouted, and the saber in his hand spun around, sending out a pure black saber light, spreading lightning and negative emotions. "Pu Ci!" Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of black blood. The saber light formed by his Thunder Hell chopped off half of the Thunder King's body. Although his body continuously recovered, the Thunder King felt an unprecedented worry when he saw Xiao Chen's eyes. The Thunder King saw strong confidence in Xiao Chen's eyes and a hatred that even the sky and the sea could not contain. Chapter 1543. It looks like I have to get serious with you. Xiao Chen, you are stronger than I thought. The Thunder King's body quickly recovered. Then he waved his right hand, and a huge axe suddenly appeared in his grasp. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. This huge axe was also a transcendent, divine weapon. During the king conferral ceremony, the other party had used this axe when he fought the heaven-abandoning fist. The past truly made one sigh. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Xiao Chen. Earlier, the other party said that he regretted nurturing a tiger. Could it be that there was some hidden trouble? However, this thought disappeared in a flash, because the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed had already charged over. The demonic god wielding a weapon did not change its aura much, but it could let go of its arrogance. It no longer fought in a simple and crude manner. Instead, it played combat techniques with Xiao Chen, which posed a greater threat to Xiao Chen. In terms of combat experience, who could compare to the Thunder King, who had lived for more than 10,000 years? Perhaps the only thing that Xiao Chen could rely on was his sharpness and his ultimate killing move. Dang! 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 The huge axe clashed with the saber. The two started an intense battle in the profound domain. The Thunder King had plenty of combat experience. However, Xiao Chen's saber techniques were not weak, either. Soon, the two fought for real, becoming increasingly ferocious. The two fought a frenzied battle, accompanied by the miserable cries of the demon race cultivators. As time went by, demon race cultivators fell in large numbers on the battlefield. The demonic world primes held on bitterly, placing all their hopes on the demonic god. They only hoped that the demonic god could turn the tide and kill Xiao Chen before turning the situation around. Aside from focusing on the Thunder King, Xiao Chen also split off a portion of his attention to observe the fight between Zongtian and the other primes. The primes mostly held the upper hand in their fight. Only the Kunlun Palace's palace master fought against Xingwang and Fa Wang alone, appearing perilous. Xiao Chen found an opening and suddenly executed the divine lightning eye. Xingwang, who was currently fighting with the Kunlun Palace's palace master, did not react at all. 3 lightning tribulations layered over each other and landed on him. Xiao Chen, who had just experienced a lightning tribulation, gained a new understanding of lightning tribulations. The 3 lightning tribulations merged together and formed a statue of a deity made of lightning. Then it came crashing down. Pucci, severely injured, Kingly Punisher was unable to dodge at all. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed. How could the Kunlun Palace's palace master let go of such a good opportunity? He swung his saber and chopped Xingwang in half. After finishing off one, the pressure on the Kunlun Palace's palace master immediately decreased significantly. In a one-on-one fight, even Xingwang and Fa Wang would not be a match for him. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Xiao Chen, you're really arrogant. With a sneer, the Thunder King swung his axe down. Boundless thunder roared in the sky. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky and was pulled down by the giant axe. Black lightning descended from the clouds and spread to the giant axe, causing the speed of the axe to suddenly increase by several times. Dang! Xiao Chen, who blocked this axe with his saber, was knocked back 1 kilometer before he managed to stand stably. This is just the beginning. Xiao Chen, let's see how long you can last. Even if I fight for half a year, I will not be able to exhaust my demonic energy. What about you? 3 days? 2 days? Or even 1 day? As the Thunder King held the giant axe, his words dealt a blow to Xiao Chen's confidence, breaking down Xiao Chen's fighting spirit. I don't need that long to kill you. At most half a day. Xiao Chen did not get angry or happy. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to charge over. Xiao Chen needed to find an opportunity. As long as he could find one, he would execute all his killing moves, and then combine them with his sure kill, move to kill the other party. During this period, he could not give the other party any chance to catch his breath. Thunder Purgatory. After fighting for half a day, the Thunder King roared ferociously and used the same move. He did not believe that Shao Qin could break his domain this time. Black lotus flowers floated in the air once more, each one as heavy as a mountain. They contained extremely compressed demonic qi and flickered with black sparks. They could turn into sharp killing blades at any moment, catching one off guard. Whoosh! 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 Countless lotus flowers spun around, flying at Shao Qin in an airtight formation. Fish dragon art like a fish in water, thousands of changes. In an instant, Shao Qin's feet moved about within an inch of space, moving thousands of times, creating countless human figures and saber lights. Some of the black lotus flowers were dodged by Shao Qin, while others were shattered by the saber. One Bodhi leaf, one world, one flower. The Thunder King formed hand seals with one hand, and the situation changed again. Every lotus flower that Shao Qin shattered turned into countless lotus flowers again. Caught off guard, the afterimages that Shao Qin created shattered one by one. Unable to dodge, his true body got struck by several lotus flowers. It was as if he had been struck by several mountains, and the huge impact sent him flying. The lotus flowers exploded, and countless strands of demonic qi and lightning ran amok in Shao Qin's body. The situation suddenly turned grim. Now was the time to kill in one strike. The Thunder King saw an opportunity. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he gave up on his plan to fight steadily, becoming more aggressive. Aside from frustration, the main reason was that the demonic world's demon monarchs were being killed one by one. The situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Shao Qin. If he waited for those supreme beings to free themselves and attack him together, it was very likely that he would be tortured to death. Even if Shao Qin did not die, he would have to flee to the demonic world and recuperate. It's coming. Shao Qin's heart sank, feeling somewhat nervous. This time, the other party went all out and finally revealed an opening. Sharp spirit finger. When the Thunder King's axe landed, Shao Qin quickly executed a secret technique that he had not used in a long time, the sharp spirit finger. Shao Qin focused all his energy, vital qi, veritable essence energy, magic energy, and the demonic qi and black lightning running amok in his body. All of them were concentrated on a single finger. He had purposely revealed a flaw, waiting for this opportunity. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the berserk energy contained in the sharp spirit finger knocked away the Thunder King's axe, causing it to fly out of his hand. However, the Thunder King still maintained the posture of holding the axe with both hands, chopping down with all his might. This finger was too fast and too strong. Shao Qin did not realize that he had lost the axe at all. By the time he reacted, Shao Qin opened his left hand. He had already finished storing up energy for the ice blood lightning dragon's killing move. A berserk tricolor dragon flew out of Shao Qin's palm. The ice blood lightning dragon immediately opened a huge bloody hole in the Thunder King's chest. Shao Qin's movements were smooth and coherent, as if he had practiced them 100 times before. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The Thunder King's body had not even landed. Shao Qin's right hand, which held the saber, quickly followed up with a chop. A resplendent saber light chopped the Thunder King's body in half. Countless faces squeezed under the demonic god skin, looking distorted and horrifying. Clearly, he was in incredible pain. Shao Qin, I'm going to kill you. I definitely have to kill you. After the demonic god reacted, he threw a palm strike at Shao Qin at a crazy speed. However, Shao Qin was already prepared. He placed his left hand on the tip of his saber and blocked this palm strike. However, he was still injured and went flying back while vomiting blood. Clearly, this palm strike from the demonic god was extremely painful. Dragon blood soul, breaking finger. Enduring the intense pain, Shao Qin executed his final sure-kill move as he retreated. Success or failure depended on this finger strike. After putting in a lot of effort, the Thunder King struggled free from the tens of thousands of faces. turning the demonic god back into him. After recovering his face, the demonic god laughed maniacally and said, "Shaoqin, this is the killing move that you planned for a long time, right? Unfortunately, it still cannot kill me. I am undying." However, as the demonic god spoke, he suddenly felt immense horror. The instant the retreating Shaoqin sent out that finger strike, his aura suddenly changed drastically. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Countless strong winds swept through the battlefield. At this moment, Shao Chen's aura truly suppressed the demonic god. This caused the demonic god to feel fear in the depths of his soul and immense pressure. After recovering his face with much difficulty, the thunder god's face started changing again. At one moment, it was the Thunder King's face. At another moment, it changed into something else. That was the soul in the demonic god's body feeling fear and starting to struggle. A Soul Dao martial technique. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, the Thunder King felt extreme fear. He wanted to make a move and change something. However, he discovered that he could no longer control the demonic god. A scarlet light shot out from the tip of Shao Chen's finger. Everything within 10 kilometers entered the scarlet space. With Shao Chen's eyes, he could see through everything. Soul energy spread throughout the space. It was like there were no secrets in the world. The scarlet light with dragon patterns on it pierced through the demonic god's brain in an instant. Whoosh! The countless souls in the demonic god's body shattered. Countless beams of piercing black light burst out of the demonic god's body from the inside out. As the light bloomed, the demonic god's demonic might receded like a flood. Boom! The demonic god's body exploded. The might and pressure belonging to the demonic god vanished from the entire battlefield, vanishing from the world. Shao Qin fell to the ground in exhaustion. He held his chest with his right hand and coughed. Then he got up and headed for the place where the demonic god exploded. He wanted to verify whether the demonic god was truly dead. The tip of the saber sliced the ground, giving off sizzling sounds. Then Shao Chun walked over step by step. Only an image remained in the deep pit created by the explosion. It looked like it would vanish at any moment, flickering about. That was the Thunder King's soul. His soul was the strongest. Unlike the other souls, it was not destroyed by the soul-breaking finger. However, it was not far from destruction. Looking at the Thunder King's current state, it was clear. Shao Qin relaxed. He knew that the demonic god was truly dead. Looking at the Thunder King's soul that looked like it would vanish at any moment, Shao Qin asked, "Do you regret it?" The Thunder King's soul smiled and said, "Regret? I only regret that I did not ruthlessly kill you back then. Don't be happy too early. Unless you do not leave the Kunlun realm, you will not be able to escape death once you leave. I just die before you. The winner takes all. From the day I became the Dark Church's church master, I never regretted it." Ha ha ha. Shao Chen's heart sank. He felt that something was wrong. However, just as he was about to ask something, amid the maniacal laughter, the Thunder King's soul started to flicker intensely, growing fainter and fainter until it vanished. Even in death, this madman who toyed with the many Kunlun realm primes did not show any regret. Chapter 1544. This time, the demonic god finally died. As far as the eye could see, the entire fiend army had already been killed until it was beyond recognition. With the death of the demonic god, these demon cultivators and demonic beast kings became even more horrified, losing all their will to fight. Even the few demon monarchs chose to flee, not daring to linger in battle. After chasing the demon army out of the profound domain, no one gave chase. It was not that they did not want to, but that they were too tired. The Kunlun realm won against the deep abyss demonic world once again. However, the price they paid this time was much more severe than in any of the previous demonic calamities. Rivers of blood flowed in the Xian domain. Every single person who survived felt grief and sorrow. After the battle ended, the people in charge of the various sects gathered the surviving disciples. Many sects, from the sect leaders to the lower-level disciples, were all killed in this battle. Several disciples cried loudly as they looked at the corpses of their friends and family. The furthest distance in the world was life and death. That was a hurdle that could never be crossed. Once lost, there was no way to search for it. It could only appear in one's memories. When the scenes flashed, one would recall the past of their family and friends, leaving only grief. In an instant, the entire mystic region was filled with sorrowful cries. These unyielding men were all unyielding. These unyielding men did not cry even when they were in despair. Now that they chased away the demons, they could no longer hold back their grief and released it. Xiao Chen also felt regret in his heart. There were definitely people from the Dragon's Gate who died as well, including Ling Yu, whom he personally killed. In this battle, Xiao Chen's strength had improved significantly and he had gained a lot. However, compared to what he lost, the price was too heavy. Big Brother Xiao. Many figures moved around the battlefield. Everyone was busy searching for the corpses of their family and friends. Emo Chen quickly led the Dragon's Gate's people to Xiao Chen's side. Beside her were Xianyuan Zhantian, Lan Xiaobai, Lan Yu, Kim Taeho, Gong Yangyu, and many Dragon's Gate doyens. Although they were severely injured, most of them were not dead. Emo Chen explained to Xiao Chen. The main reason was the Inyan Grand Formation that Xiao Chen left, which united the people of the Dragon's Gate as one. Many of the Dragon's Gate doyens who fought independently joined the Saber Formation the moment there was danger. Among all the sects, the Dragon Sect was considered to have suffered lesser losses. This result caused Xiao Chen to feel slightly at ease. Not long after, friends of the same generation appeared one after another, greeting Xiao Chen. Feng Xingxing, Shui Lingling, and Juanqi Bai Yuan Su, and many of Xiao Chen's good friends were still around. At this moment, standing in the middle of the battlefield, everyone who had survived felt that it had not been easy. Everyone could feel that it was not easy to live. Xiao Chen, this time, the Kunlun realm is all thanks to you. Without you, Kunlun would not have one. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "That's not right. We were able to win by a fluke this time because everyone was united. We disregarded life and death and worked together in exchange for it. Everyone did their best. Just like all of you, I also did my best. They are the real heroes." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at the Kunlun realm cultivators who died in battle. Everyone followed his finger, shifting their gazes. Many scenes seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. There was the touching scene of Fu Honyao stabbing Chu Yang with countless swords and falling down together. There was also Yan Shursan and Di Wuk, two outstanding talents, releasing the final light of their lives in exchange for a celestial demon monarch's head. There was also the shocking scene of the three holy masters' son, Xiaoho Ju, dying in battle, and Shimen Bao's entire family dying on the battlefield. Those vivid scenes, those familiar names. Thinking about it, those shared experiences seemed like it was just yesterday. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes as they felt a strange sorrow. These were all outstanding talents of the same generation. Everyone had interacted before, barging into the forbidden lands together and participating in the martial gathering together. There had been battles, trials, and tribulations, as well as battles of wills and emotions. However, now they could no longer see those people. Everything became a memory. During the great battle, everyone suffered together. It was easy to imagine that the Kunlun realm would be peaceful for a long time to come. The Kunlun realm would enter a period of cultivation and recuperation. With the lingering charm of the Golden Age, the Kunlun realm would develop very quickly. These outstanding talents who had experienced the baptism of war would definitely grow very quickly as well. It is too unfortunate that Di Wuk and Yan Shursan died, and Juanqi said in a somewhat choked voice as he rubbed his eyes. The place fell silent. Everyone felt very heavy in their hearts. Xiao Chen said, "Everyone, Go back first and deal with the aftermath. There are still some loose ends that need to be taken care of. Goodbye." Everyone stepped forward and performed cupped fist salutes at the same time, saying goodbye to Xiaoqin. After the outstanding talents of the same generation left, the Kunlun Palace's palace master, Ingzongtian, and the others arrived before Xiaoqin. The four looked at each other. Everyone was somewhat speechless. After a simple greeting, the Kunlun Palace's palace master said, "Xiaoqin, you deal with the Dragon's Gates matter as well. Leave the loose ends to the Kunlun Palace. We have experience with this." Ingzongtian said, "Of the 18 demon monarchs, only 8 remain. They all fled back to the demonic world. After you deal with the Dragon's Gates matter, we can discuss what to do." Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then he said, "Leave this to me. I will make a trip to the deep abyss demonic world. With my strength this time, I will be able to eliminate all the hidden dangers of the demon race." When the primes heard this, they nodded slightly. With Xiaoqin making a move, that would be for the best. "Everyone, I will take my leave first. There are still many matters of the deity race waiting for me to deal with." Emperor Forsaken appeared extremely fatigued. This time, the deity race suffered heavy losses. The death of the divine son, Diwak, was a huge blow to Emperor Forsaken. "I will take my leave as well." Everyone took their leave. They all had some necessary matters to deal with. Everyone was very busy on the battlefield. Xiaoqin still had something to deal with, so he could not return to the Dragon's Gate for now. Although Xiaoqin had the lunar shadow saber, the item spirit, Ao Jiao had not returned yet. Although he could sense that she was fine, he still had to find her and understand what happened. After informing Mo Qin, Xiaoqin followed his senses and found the restricted Ao Jiao 50 kilometers outside the profound domain. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. Why is Ao Jiao here? Furthermore, someone is restricting her. When Ao Jiao saw Xiaoqin, her eyes immediately darted around. However, she could not move at all. When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he smiled faintly and went over to help her remove the restriction. The restriction set up was not malicious. It was just a restriction to trap people. However, the method used was quite brilliant. Xiaoqin tried a few times before he managed to remove the restriction. It was very troublesome. "You are finally here. I nearly suffocated to death. Did you kill the demonic god?" Xiaoqin nodded and said, "The demonic god is already dead, and the remnant demon armies have retreated from the Kunlun realm. The war is over. We won." "That's great. I knew you would be able to do it. You really did it." Xiaoqin said indifferently, "I won by luck. Tell me about you. Who restricted you? Why did you leave the lunar shadow saber for no reason at all?" Ao Jiao sighed and said, "Aren't I helping you? After a person's head is chopped off, if it can be reattached quickly, it can still be saved. At that time, you held off the Thunder King. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, I could not miss it." Xiaoqin was stunned, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be that Lan Yu is not dead yet? What happened after that? Did you save Lan Yu? Ao Jiao said helplessly, "I don't know. I just helped to stitch up her head and body. I don't know if I can save her or not. Then, someone snatched Lan Yu away. I ran out to give chase. After that, this is what you see now." Xiaoqin asked anxiously, "Did you see that person? What does he look like? How strong is he? If Lan Yu did not die, then he would have fewer regrets in this war." "I don't know. That person was too fast and very strong. At the very least, he is a prime." Ao Jiao lowered her head and said softly, "Sorry, this is all I can do to help." After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin's expression turned much warmer. He said warmly, "It's fine. I already roughly guessed who did it." "Who is it?" "My greatest enemy." Chapter 1545. Xiaoqin already had a rough guess as to who kidnapped Lan Yu. More accurately, it should be the one who saved Lan Yu. someone who could interact with Leng Yu and risk his life to save her. Furthermore, the only one who could do this without anyone noticing was Chu Chaoyan. Aside from Chu Chaoyan, who else could it be? However, this was a good thing. Leng Yu would not die. After this battle, Shao Qin no longer had any regrets. He had done his best to kill the demonic god. Most of the people of the Dragon's Gate were still alive. This was already a great consolation. Ao Jiao, rest first. I'll make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. Shao Qin said softly as he looked at Ao Jiao. Ao Jiao nodded and turned into a beam of light, returning to the Immortal Spirit Ring. The old dragon horse and the others had been waiting in the Blue Dragon Palace for a long time already, respectfully waiting for Shao Qin. Congratulations, young master, on killing the demonic god and eliminating a threat to the Kunlun realm. This battle severely injured the Dark Church. If the outside factions want to target the Kunlun realm, they will need at least tens of thousands of years to prepare. The moment the young woman entered the palace, she spoke up. Young master, seeing that your cultivation is even more stable and that you learned a soul Dao martial technique, you must have met the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, the old dragon horse said with a smile. Young master, tell us, what kind of person is this blood-soaked Dragon Emperor? There are many legends about him in the dragon race. The others rushed to ask Shao Qin a bunch of questions. Shao Qin nodded slightly and answered some of them. However, what kind of person was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor? There was no way to give a simple summary. Like Shao Qin, that person wore long white robes and had a sinister look on his face, looking like he was smiling. However, the cold, killing qi in that person's eyes made it hard for others to associate that expression with a smile. This person's character was also extremely strange. One moment, he showed extreme disdain for Shao Qin. Then he told Shao Qin all the important points of the Soul Dao martial technique in detail. What kind of character was this? At Sundra, these people probably could not accept that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, whom the dragon race revered as a legend, was such a strange person. Shao Qin smiled and said, The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is very strong. I have not interacted with him for long, so it is hard to say what kind of person he is. These are all minor details. Young master, when do you plan to leave this banished land? The old dragon horse asked simply and straightforwardly. Shao Qin said thoughtfully, I still have some trivial matters to deal with in the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, I am not ready yet. I am afraid I cannot leave for a while. The old dragon horse nodded and said with a serious expression, No matter when you leave, there is one thing that you must do. Big Brother Long, go ahead. The reconstructed Dragon's Gate must leave behind the blue dragon totem for people to worship and worship. Shao Qin said thoughtfully, What's the reason? Do you know why no one can obtain the blue dragon martial spirit after the Dragon's Gate is destroyed? It is because the totem is no longer around. As long as the totem receives enough worship, the Dragon's Gate disciples who signed a contract with the totem will eventually have a blue dragon martial spirit. At that time, they will come to our Blue Dragon Palace to take the test. As long as they pass the test, we will help them activate their blue dragon bloodline. As long as the sect prospers, the blue dragon bloodline will be reborn. At this point, the old dragon horse paused for a while before continuing. Of course, there is a prerequisite to all this. What prerequisite? The prerequisite is that you can become the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon's Gate said, enunciating every word as it looked at Shao Qin. The other Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit said, Young master, this is an unavoidable responsibility as the master of the Blue Dragon Palace. I hope you can understand that our Blue Dragon bloodline has been destroyed in the outside world for tens of thousands of years already. However, we have never given up or despaired. Now, we place all our hopes on you. Young master, you can definitely do it. Even the strongest, blood-soaked Dragon Emperor chose you. Shao Qin could feel the fervor, pride, and glory in their words. Since I chose the Blue Dragon Palace, I definitely will not give up. However, I have a question. Earlier, Big Brother Dragon, you said that after the Dragon's Gates totem was destroyed, it would not be possible to give birth to a blue dragon martial spirit. Why can I? The Dragon's Gates group exchanged looks, not knowing how to answer. In the end, it was the Dragon's Gate that said, "Young Master, actually we discovered long ago that you have other secrets. It is not as simple as we thought. You can only unravel all this on your own. Even in the outside world, I have never seen such an exquisite cultivation technique for your purple thunder divine incantation. To think that it can allow one to dual cultivate immortal energy and martial energy, cultivating magic energy and essence energy at the same time. I believe that back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor also discovered your secret. That's why he took the risk to pass on a soul Dao martial technique to you, as your soul energy is very strong." The girl in her prime continued, "Actually, I also know the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. However, it is not as mighty as Young Master's. Furthermore, Young Master, this is your first time cultivating it. This is very unusual." Xiao Qin looked at the serious expressions of these people. These were major characters with much higher cultivations than him. "It is that incredible." The few nodded at the same time and said, "Extremely terrifying." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more about his secret. He could guess that it had something to do with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, it was not time to tell others yet. "Big Brother Dragon, let me ask you something. Did you manage to figure out the origins of that dark church?" After thinking for a while, the old dragon horse answered, "It is the Black Lotus Church, an evil sect born from the Buddhist sect. It is not very strong, but the Buddhist sect has not been able to completely destroy the sect. This is sufficient to show that this Black Lotus Church still has some accumulations." This stunned Xiao Qin. Then he asked seriously, "Big Brother Dragon, take a look at me. Is there anything wrong with me? Let me take a look." Suddenly, the girl in her prime opened her eyes. Many stars flickered in her eyes. It was like everything in the world froze before her eyes. Xiao Qin felt a force travel around his body. However, he could not figure out the meridians and direction of this force. This is soul energy. For this girl to be able to use her soul energy so nimbly, she was at least 2 cultivation realms higher than him. "What is that?" the azure-clad man said, pointing to an indistinct clump of black qi at Xiao Chen's chest. "Lotus flower seal." When Xiao Chen looked carefully, that was the silhouette of a black lotus. However, it was too blurry and hard to distinguish. "Hong Yi, take a look and see if you can help him get rid of it. This should have been planted by that demonic god when you fought with him." Xiao Chen thought for a while. He had fought with the demonic god for too long and had too many opportunities to make a move. He simply could not imagine when the demonic god planted the seal on him. The girl in her prime nodded and gathered her soul energy at Xiao Chen's chest. However, after a few attempts, the black lotus flower seal would grow back. There was no way to get rid of it. "Big Brother Long, this lotus flower seal is not harmful and will not cause any damage to the body. However, it has merged with Young Master's flesh and soul. It can only be removed once Young Master's soul and physical body are destroyed," the girl in her prime said helplessly as she withdrew her soul energy. The girl in her prime withdrew her soul energy and said helplessly. Xiao Chen's heart sank. No wonder the Thunder King said that he would not leave the Kunlun realm unless he did not leave. Otherwise, once he left, he would not be able to escape death. It was just a matter of time. The Dragon King studied it for a while. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "It looks like there is really no way to get rid of this black lotus flower seal. This seal should be used to track people. However, I find it strange that the Black Lotus Church made such a big fuss to track you. In the past, I felt that it was too difficult for a faction like the Black Lotus Church to waste so many resources to obtain a rock of origin. I felt that they wanted something else. Perhaps the problem lies with you. The girl in her prime looked at the old dragon horse and asked, Big Brother Long, what should we do? With Xiao Chen's current strength, not to mention the Black Lotus Church's church master, even his subordinates can capture Xiao Chen. The old dragon horse said calmly, There is no need to rush. I have some ways to deal with this. When Xiao Chen decides to leave, I should be able to figure it out. In that case, many thanks, Big Brother Long. Young master, you are too polite. Give me the Emperor Dragon Ring in your hand. I'll go and retrieve the divine material for the Soaring Dragon Ring. Emperor Dragon Ring? What Emperor Dragon Ring? Xiao Chen felt confused for a while, before realizing that the old dragon horse was referring to the ring that his father left for him. Rumor has it that the dragon god obtained this ring during the Great Desolate Aeon. The original item was a special divine material. The dragon god did not completely comprehend its mysteries. He only polished it into a ring and passed it down from generation to generation, becoming the symbol of the Dragon Emperor. What happened after that? Haha! During the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's generation, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor treated it as the personal belonging of our Blue Dragon Bloodline's clan head, passing it down from generation to generation. No one gossiped about it. What gossiping? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor is a great contributor to the entire dragon race. Without him, the dragon race would not have its current glory. It would have declined long ago, the girl in her prime said disapprovingly. The old dragon horse smiled and said, Actually, it is the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor who feels that this Emperor Dragon Ring has other mysteries. Although he cannot comprehend it, it does not mean that the Blue Dragon's descendants cannot. He is taking care of our bloodline. Although the other bloodlines are unhappy, this ring is just a symbol, so it is up to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor to do whatever he wants. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt speechless. This blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was truly tyrannical. No wonder the Blue Dragon's descendants respected him. Chapter 1546. After walking out of the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen continued to stare at the Emperor Dragon Ring in his hand. Unexpectedly, this insignificant ring had such a great origin. It was actually left from the Dragon God's era. The Dragon God was the father of the 3 ancestor dragons. Before the world was created, when the universe was still in primal chaos, he was already a primal chaos god-demon. Even during that legendary era, he was a famous existence. However, after the primal chaos era ended, these god-demons all sealed themselves. However, they all had descendants. The 3 ancestor dragons were the descendants of the dragon god, representing the will of the dragon god. During the Great Desolate Aeon, they competed with the 10,000 races. Xiao Chen thought, the dragon god already knows the mysteries of the Emperor Dragon Ring. It is just that the later generations found it hard to understand. Otherwise, the dragon god would not deliberately carve it into a ring, passing it down from generation to generation. Unfortunately, no one in the dragon race could understand it. As for Xiao Chen, he only needed to watch. This was something that the successive dragon emperors could not understand, so he could only watch. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Big Brother Dragon gave Xiao Chen a piece of Blue Dragon Divine Wood and a Divine Knife Skills inspection. The knife skills were not the saber of a bladesman, but the carving knife of an engraver. Xiao Chen needed to personally carve the Blue Dragon Totem. At first, Xiao Chen thought that this would be a simple matter. After all, in the past, for the sake of practicing the life bestowal spell, he had studied carving for a while. Who knew, after hearing about it, he realized that it was a vast project. The Blue Dragon Divine Wood was 1 kilometer tall. The blue dragon carved in it would probably be several kilometers long. After carving the 10,000 dragon scales, they would look like ripples on water. There could not be any flaws. Otherwise, the charm of the Blue Dragon Totem would not be as it should be. There were also the dragon claws, dragon tail, dragon horns, dragon head, and dragon eyes. They all had their own requirements. This was also why Big Brother Dragon gave Xiao Qin the divine knife skills inspection. Without this inspection, it would be very difficult for Xiao Qin to carve the blue dragon totem with his current carving skills. Xiao Qin treated it as nourishing his heart. His cultivation could not advance any further, stuck at late-stage veritable essence stage in the Kunlun realm. The next realm, the Yin essence stage, required one to absorb the baleful Yin energy in the world. However, those were too low in quality. The old dragon horse did not recommend that Xiao Qin absorb them. More importantly, his cultivation had already reached the limits of the Kunlun realm. At this moment, Heavenly Star Island was already in the clouds, flying towards the heavenly starry ocean. After the great battle, Xiao Qin had finally calmed down. All he needed to do now was wait for the battle with Chu Chaoyan. There was another problem: the black lotus mark in his body. Elder Brother Long did not have a good way to deal with it at the moment. Thinking about it carefully, the Thunder King's words showed that he really wanted to kill him before he grew up. However, for some reason, he had never taken action. The Black Lotus Church is an evil sect that broke away from Buddhism. Why is it seeking trouble for me? Xiao Qin, speaking of Buddhism, have you forgotten something? Ao Jiao suddenly said from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Did you forget something? Ksitigarbha. Xiao Qin stopped. He had really forgotten about the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He had been busy dealing with the demonic calamity, now that the great battle had just ended. If not for Ao Jiao's reminder, Xiao Qian would have completely forgotten about this person. Xiao Qian had not even refined the heavenly flame's origin flame. Refining the heavenly flame's origin flame required time and a special method. Xiao Qin had not been able to find the method, so he could only put it aside for now. After that, he first busied himself with dealing with the Thunder King in the heavenly starry ocean and saving the various sections. After that was the demonic calamity. Xiao Qian had no time to rest at all. Now he had to carve the blue dragon totem. He nearly overworked himself. Where could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva be? He must be at Meteor Trail City. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva must be using this opportunity to absorb the sins in the sky above Meteor Trail City. Xiao Qian's face sank. He did not even have time to greet the Dragon's Gate's people. Instead, he leaped off Heavenly Star Island and rushed to the Tianwu Domain's Meteor Trail City. Xiao Qin unfurled the blue dragon divine wings and flew very quickly. In less than 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived at Meteor Trail City. Xiao Qin withdrew his wings and landed. Then he looked up. Indeed, most of the red sin clouds above Meteor Trail City had vanished, leaving only a small patch. In the sky above the clouds, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's dermic body was currently absorbing the last of the scarlet clouds. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva gave off a peaceful Buddhist light behind him. Amid the bright Buddhist light, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked solemn and dignified, inspiring respect. The dermic body had the divine Vajra eyes. When the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva saw Xiao Qin arrive, he opened his mouth and sucked, directly swallowing the last of the scarlet sins. Benefactor Xiao Qin, you are too late. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva revealed a benevolent smile. Then he withdrew his dermic body and quickly fled into the distance. It's not that easy to run. How could Xiao Qin allow the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to leave so easily? He gently pushed off the ground and soared into the air, quickly giving chase. Since there is karma, there is karma. Everything is predestined. These sins were originally mine. Back then, the Qing Emperor took away the good and evil merit formula. Today, you return it to me. This is the cycle of karma. Benefactor Xiao Qin, there's no need to obstruct us. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's true body sat on the golden lotus platform. As he looked at Xiao Qin, he continuously retreated. Buddhist light flickered beneath the lotus platform, allowing him to move extremely quickly. Thus, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who was sitting on the lotus platform, was rather calm. He could even divert his attention to purify the last of his sins. Stop quibbling. Which one of you Buddhists isn't eloquent and eloquent? If you become a Buddha, how can you really let me go? Shao Qin had always been straightforward. Whether or not the other party absorbed sin had nothing to do with him. Whether he became a Buddha or not, or whether he had any ambitions, he did not care. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had a grudge with Shao Qin long ago. That would endanger his safety and might even hurt his friends. Shao Qin needed to nip this danger in the bud. Back at Heavenly Star Island's sea region, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's method of absorbing faith was also very evil. He did not care about the lives of his believers at all. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva smiled and said, "Benefactor is a very understanding person. The karma between us has not been settled. After this Bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, I need to end this karma. Otherwise, it will become a negative karma. Unfortunately, you are no longer able to injure me. It is already too late. May the Lord Buddha praise me." The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva formed a hand seal with one hand, and his figure suddenly vanished from Shao Qin's sight. Whoosh! Shao Qin stopped in midair and checked the surroundings with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the other party seemed to have vanished into thin air, nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Shao Qin. Just as Shao Qin was at his wit's end, someone suddenly called out his name in the sky. When Shao Qin looked up, he saw a palanquin rushing towards him. The 8 ghost palanquin. It's Qing Cheng. The person who came was the ghost race's Qing Cheng, the disciple of ghost mother Sun Shi. She had interacted with Shao Qin many times and could be considered a friend in times of adversity. Qing Cheng floated down from the palanquin. Like before, her complexion was pale without a trace of blood. When Qing Cheng saw Shao Qin, she smiled and landed before her. "Qing Cheng, why are you here?" When Qing Cheng heard that, she covered her mouth and smiled. "Me? This is the ghost domain. After the battle, if I don't return here, where should I go?" "Ghost domain?" Shao Qin's mind trembled as he thought of something. The Yellow Springs Purgatory. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva must have gone to the Yellow Springs Purgatory. No wonder the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva vanished without a trace. The Yellow Springs Purgatory was his lair. "Sorry, I still have something important to do. I really can't chat any longer." Shao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to rush to the Yellow Springs Purgatory. Qing Cheng quickly stopped him and said, "Wait, tell me where you are going first." The Yellow Springs Purgatory. Qing Cheng's expression changed slightly. She said sullenly, "Don't go there for now. When my master returns, we'll bring you there. How about that?" Surprised, Shao Qin said, "What's wrong? We've been to the Yellow Springs Hell before. Given our current strength, what's wrong with going there?" Qing Cheng shook her head and said, "There is something you don't know. The current Yellow Springs Hell is really different from before. Why do you think our ghost realm has not gone to the Kunlun realm to meet up with you after the death of the ghost monarch? Why? Could it be because of the Yellow Springs?" "That's right. It's because of the Yellow Springs Hell, the final moments of the ghost emperor's life. He frequently appears in the Yellow Springs Hell, which makes him seem extremely strange. He even sealed the entrance to Hell, forbidding outsiders from entering." Qing Cheng continued to explain. "Furthermore, many of his direct descendants are still in the Yellow Springs Hell, not killed. My master has attacked the entrance to Hell several times in an attempt to figure out what's going on inside, but to no avail." Shao Qin muttered to himself. This was indeed a little strange. However, this only served to further prove that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was in the Yellow Springs. Chapter 1547. After pondering for a moment, Shao Qin nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. When it's time, I'll go with your master." Qing Cheng smiled faintly and said, "I'll inform my master now. Let's go to the Yellow Springs Hell and wait for your master." The Yellow Springs Hell was one of the famous forbidden lands of the Kunlun realm. Its fame was comparable to the savage battlefield. During the Immortal epoch, before the 6 paths of reincarnation broke, this place was the netherworld, in charge of the 3 realms and 6 paths, the reincarnation of all living things. In that era, if one did not become an immortal, they would be reincarnated forever. Based on the merits of good and evil, the underworld would judge and appoint them to reincarnate in the next life. Those who were evil would enter the path of beasts, and in their next life they would be pigs, dogs, and beasts without intelligence. They would inevitably be slaughtered by others. On the other hand, those who committed great crimes and committed great evils would be tortured in hell according to their sins. It was a horrible sight to behold. Those who did good would be reincarnated as humans in the next life and walk the cycle of reincarnation. Those who had great merit could even directly enter the heavenly Tao. They were born with a celestial physique and were nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They were known as heavenly soldiers and generals. Now that the immortal Tao was broken, reincarnation no longer existed, and hell no longer existed. All that was left was the shattered Yellow Springs hell. The past was like smoke. The facts of the past had become the legends and myths of today. In this era, reincarnation no longer existed, and there were no immortals in the world. Everyone could only live for one lifetime, and very few people believed in merit. But who could have known that a bodhisattva from the previous era had always been hidden in the infernal realm? He made a great vow that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. He waited for millions of years. His willpower and his heart towards Buddhism were both terrifying. It just so happened that such a person was an extremely ambitious person. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. They only knew how to take, not how to give. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was an extremely frightening existence. Strictly speaking, his origins were much greater than the Thunder King and the demonic god. Half a day later, Shao Qin and Qing Cheng arrived at the Tai Mountains above the Yellow Springs Hell. Grand Mountain was the same as before. The surrounding 50 kilometers were filled with Yin energy. Occasionally, one could see wandering souls and wild ghosts drifting about. At the foot of the mountain, there was a turbid river that flowed from the top of the mountain all the way to the ground. This river was the famous Underworld River. It was also known as the River of the Dead, the Yellow Springs, and the River of Helplessness. However, the river had long since been incomplete. The cycle of reincarnation had shattered, and the Heaven Step Dusk River had been broken into several pieces. Many of the strange characteristics of the river had been lost. If one walked down this river, they would reach 9 Hell's Purgatory. Shao Qin, do you remember this river? Qing Cheng asked softly as she recalled some past events. Of course I remember. Shao Chen looked around with some nostalgia. He remembered the last time he was here, there were many cultivators gathered at the riverbank. This time, only the sound of the river could be heard, and the surroundings were empty. When they crossed the river, something interesting happened. At that time, the boatman was Qing Cheng in disguise. Shao Qin, Bai, and the others were almost caught in a dilemma. The memories stopped here. If they continued, the situation would become a little awkward. It seems like someone wanted to take off my clothes at that time. Although Shao Qin did not want to remember, Qing Cheng took the initiative to mention it. She looked at Shao Chen mischievously. Shao Chen smiled embarrassedly. Just as he did not know how to answer, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ghost Mother Xuanqian. The smile on Qing Cheng's face faded, replaced by a serious expression. Blue Dragon King, sorry for making you wait, Ghost Mother Xuanqian said politely, showing great respect to Shao Chen. Shao Chen smiled calmly and said, Ghost Mother is too polite. I would like to know what is so special about this Yellow Springs Purgatory. Ghost Mother Xuanqian nodded and said, the entrance to the Underworld River into the Yellow Springs Purgatory is blocked by a Buddha statue. That Buddha statue can draw energy from the Underworld River and is very difficult to deal with. I organized a few groups of people, but could not break that Buddha statue. I do not know much about what the Yellow Springs Purgatory looks like now. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. It looked like Ghost Mother Xuanqian did not know much. Come with me to take a look. In the past, one could not fly over the underworld river. However, to the current Xiao Chen, it was naturally not restricted. As for Qing Cheng and Ghost Mother, one was a greater heavenly martial emperor and the other was a holy master. It would not be difficult for them to fly there. Above the underworld river, Xiao Qin kept feeling a strange suction from below, trying to pull him down. Now, Xiao Chen had already touched the surface of Soul Dao martial techniques. He knew that this was the soul energy of the underworld river causing trouble. Although Emperor Wu and the others could not cultivate soul energy, their soul energy would definitely grow stronger as their strength increased. It was just that they could not use it. With Emperor Wu's soul energy, the suction from the underworld river was no longer effective. Xiao Chen flew along the underworld river, continuously descending. Soon, he arrived at the end of the underworld river. Xiao Chen saw the Buddha statue that Ghost Mother Xuanqian mentioned. It was a 1,000-meter tall Buddha statue radiating golden light as it sat on the underworld river. The Buddha statue's huge body made the underground space seem small. The depths of hell are not for mortals. All of you, quickly retreat. Suddenly, the Buddha statue opened its eyes, and its entire body radiated golden light. Waves of Buddhist might cause the underworld river's water to surge endlessly. What a strong Buddhist might! Qing Cheng exclaimed with a slight frown. Ghost Mother Xuanqian said, "There are many arhats behind the Buddha statue. They are laying formations, allowing the Buddha statue's strength to increase infinitely." Mortal? Are you not a mortal? Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Then he stepped forward and punched. Rumble! The underworld river's water rose continuously and covered the Buddha statue, looking like it was covered in golden paint. The Buddha statue formed hand seals with one hand and blocked Xiao Chen's punch. Its golden body did not budge, and the Buddhist light became even more intense. Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Xiao Chen shouted, and 10,000 dragon force gathered into a dragon cauldron. Then the cauldron's force burst out. Xiao Chen was fast and ruthless. Before the Buddha statue could react, it got struck in the chest. Cracks appeared on the Buddha statue's body, spreading out like a spider web. Just as the Buddha statue looked like it was about to shatter, solemn Buddhist scriptures rang out behind it. The underworld river's water surged continuously. The cracks on the Buddha statue, which had already shattered, quickly mended. Soon it was as good as new. That's it. This Buddha statue cannot be killed at all. We tried several times already, Ghost Mother Xuanqian said softly. This was not her first time seeing the scene. Xiao Chen carefully looked at the Buddha statue. After a while, he understood what was going on. I thought there was some trick to it. It is just using the underworld river's soul energy to recover, acting all mysterious. Today I will destroy your soul. Xiao Chen shouted coldly, and Dao might appeared on his body. A faint halo appeared behind him. The moment the Dao might appeared, it immediately suppressed the other party's Buddhist might. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strong veritable essence, energy, formed a whirlpool in his palm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The strong suction continuously pulled the underworld river's water into the whirlpool. This sight stunned Qing Cheng. She had never thought that someone could pull the underworld river's water. When the Buddha statue saw this scene, it formed hand seals and sent out attacks at Xiao Chen. However, Ghost Mother Xuanqian blocked all the attacks, not injuring Xiao Chen at all. In reality, even without Ghost Mother Xuanqian making a move, Xiao Chen would be fine. However, with someone helping, it was better for Xiao Chen to focus. Soon, the underworld river under Xiao Chen's feet sank by 1 meter, separating the Buddha statue from the underworld river temporarily. Now, Xiao Qin punched. This time, after the Buddha statue shattered, no matter how loudly the Buddhist scriptures were chanted, the Buddha statue could not recover. When the Buddha statue shattered, a figure was sent flying out of it. It turned out that this Buddha statue was the dharmic incarnation of a Buddhist cultivator. Now that the dharmic incarnation was destroyed, the true body was revealed. The arhats, chanting in the back, all fled in all directions the instant the Buddha statue shattered. Xie Zixuan! Qing Cheng exclaimed when she saw that person's appearance. This person was the ghost monarch's disciple, Xie Zixuan. It was hard to imagine that this person became a Buddhist cultivator. Don't call me Xie Zixuan. My dharmic name is Dao Xian now. You mortals! How dare you barge into my master's place? You will not have a good end. Shock filled Qing Cheng's face. She could not imagine how a perfectly fine person could become so strange. Don't find it strange. He has been purified, which is equivalent to brainwashing. He is now the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's slave. If we follow him, we will be able to find the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. This did not surprise Xiao Qin. He took the initiative to give chase. Ghost Mother Xuanqian and Qing Cheng quickly followed. Chapter 1548. Xiao Qin and the other two followed far behind Xie Zixuan. As they walked, they discovered that hell had changed greatly. The gloomy darkness of the past had disappeared and was replaced by peace and serenity. Even the sky was clear. In the past, they did not see any wandering spirits or ghosts, much less any terrifying vengeful spirits or evil spirits. This startled Xiao Qin. Could it be that the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva purified all the vengeful spirits in hell? If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha. The sins on Xiao Qin had once been a part of hell. Back then, the Qing Emperor snatched them away. Now, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had already purified all the sins on the Qing Emperor and purified all the vengeful spirits in hell. Did that not mean that Xiao Qin had already accomplished his great ambition? With this thought, Xiao Qin suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked coldly at Xie Zixuan in the distance. Blue Dragon King, what's wrong? Ghost Mother Xuanqi asked, feeling confused as she stepped forward. Qing Cheng, who was at the side, felt confused as well. She did not know why Xiao Qin suddenly stopped. Xiao Qin muttered, "We might have fallen for a trap. The other party probably lured us here on purpose." Ghost Mother Xuanqi and Qing Cheng exchanged looks, both extremely shocked. What kind of enemy was this? Even the Blue Dragon King, who had defeated a demonic god, found it difficult to deal with. However, the two soon discovered that they had misunderstood Xiao Qin. However, that's fine as well. It saves me the trouble of traveling further. Let's just wait for him here, Xiao Qin said softly with a faint smile. Qing Cheng thought to herself, the current Xiao Qin is really confident. Indeed, after a while, a Buddhist light appeared in front of them. You truly live up to being the descendant of the Qing Emperor. You are very smart and intelligent. I think you should follow this Bodhisattva and enter the Buddhist sect. When you reach the Great Realm, I will take care of you. I will guarantee that you will rise quickly. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva sat on a lotus platform amid Buddhist chants, appearing in the sky with a group of arhats. There was a novice monk on each side, holding a canopy above his head. The 800 arhats were all wearing kasayas and holding Buddhist flutes and beads in their hands. They formed seals with one hand and released circles of Buddhist wheels. Like the stars surrounding the moon, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva glowed with radiance. His face was kind and amiable, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a smile. You've already expiated all of the vengeful souls in hell. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. He looked over and realized that he could no longer see through the other party. Benefactor Xiao, you guessed right. I left a clone to purify the aggrieved spirits of hell. Now that his main body had merged with his clone, He had already purified all the spirits of hell. My ancient Buddha, Qi, has already spread out of the Kunlun realm. As long as the Buddhist holy land outside receives my Qi, the Buddhist eminent monks will immediately come to receive me. As long as you are willing to put down the butcher's knife, you can become a Buddha immediately. With a Buddhist sect powerhouse making a move, we can easily leave this abandoned land. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva spoke. His appearance was very dignified and his expression was solemn. His words were like the principles of the world, inspiring conviction in others. Shao Qin smiled coldly and retorted, "What if I am not willing? May the Lord Buddha grant you mercy. In that case, this old monk can only forcefully purify you and wash away your sins." The many arhats leaped out and looked at Shao Qin malevolently. The Buddhist prayer beads in their hands gave off a bright light as they sent out many swastikas. The 800 arhats appeared very mighty. However, Shao Qin had experienced the great war between humans and demons before. Such a formation paled in comparison. The 800 arhats only had the strength of 800 Emperor Wus. If it were an ordinary prime, Shao Qin might feel some fear. After all, when 800 Emperor Wus attacked together, their destructive and destructive power was extremely terrifying. However, Shao Qin was different. His blue dragon war body's physical defense already surpassed that of the heaven-punishing corpse god. Furthermore, his veritable essence energy surpassed primordial energy. Furthermore, the battle with the demonic god had given him many comprehensions. Although Shao Qin's cultivation had risen, his combat prowess had increased significantly. Sharp spirit finger break. Not wanting to waste time, Shao Qin directly executed the sharp spirit finger when the 800 arhats attacked at the same time. Kassier, the countless seals instantly shattered, and the bodies of the 800 arhats exploded into pools of blood, dying on the spot. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Shao Qin to kill the 800 arhats in one move. Shao Qin said indifferently, "Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, you probably did not see my battle with the demonic god and are not clear on my strength. To think that you set this up to ambush me. Don't you know that this is exactly what I wanted?" Right after Shao Qin spoke, he glared. The blood in his body surged, and dragon might gathered. His eyes turned a dazzling golden color. These were the great, desolate divine eyes that every descendant of the great, desolate 100 races possessed. Under the strong pressure, the Buddhist light on the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva withdrew into his body, completely suppressed. He could not send out any Buddhist might at all. Damn it! How can you be so strong? Even the Qing Emperor back then could not reach your level. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva panicked. Originally, he estimated that Shao Qin would be at most as strong as the Qing Emperor back then. However, how could the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva have expected that Shao Qin's strength had already surpassed that of the Qing Emperor back then? Shao Qin was not someone that the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who had just recovered some of his true strength, could deal with. Damn it! Right now, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wished that he could slap himself twice. To think that he thought himself clever and lured the other party to the Yellow Springs hell. Had he known, he would have found a place to hide and waited for the powerhouses of the Buddhist sects to bring him out of this abandoned land. The lotus platform flew quickly, carrying the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva back to the Yellow Springs hell. "Wait for me for a while," Shao Qin instructed before giving chase alone. One chased while the other fled. Soon, the two crossed the gates of hell and arrived at the black and white Yellow Springs hell. The Yellow Springs Hell Road. Do not look back on the Yellow Springs Hell Road. Shao Qin recalled that back then, when he walked this Yellow Springs Hell Road, he had been on tenterhooks and extremely nervous. Today he returned to this place and chased after the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, forcing him to flee. Fate played tricks on people in the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strands of saber light shot out from Shao Qin, heading for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in front. Every strand of saber light illuminated this black and white world, making it colorful and bright. What the Qing Emperor could do back then, Shaoqin could do as well. After comprehending the saber Tao's great Tao, he could do it even more easily. Speaking of which, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was rather unlucky. 10,000 years ago, he ran into the Qing Emperor, who used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao. After 10,000 years, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva finally managed to turn things around. Then he ran into Shaoqin, who was even more terrifying than the Qing Emperor. This was enough to prove that the will of the heavens existed in the unseen world, not allowing an evil Buddha like him to bring disaster to the world. While it looked like a coincidence, in reality, the cause and effect were already set. Fate was hard to defy. Damn it, why have the major characters of the Buddhist sects outside not made a move yet? Could it be that I schemed and guarded hell for so many years, but I am destined to fail at the last moment? As the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva dodged the saber light, he no longer looked as imposing as he did earlier. Now he only appeared flustered and miserable. Pusi! A strand of saber light struck the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's lotus platform, and it immediately turned into nothing. Caught off guard, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva fell. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva landed on the sea of bitterness below, splashing water all over him. After he stood up, he continued, running forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation lay in front. If he went any further, he would have nowhere to run. Buddha above, could it be that I, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, am I really at my wit's end today? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva turned around in despair and looked at Shaoqin. His eyes were filled with rage. Shaoqin said lightly, "May I ask, Bodhisattva, do you still want to accept me as a disciple?" Your dragon race is truly despicable. If not for the Taoist sects taking action back then, you would have long been converted by the Buddhist sects and become little dogs guarding the door. To think that I, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the illustrious name of a lifetime, was actually carried by a little dog like you, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said indignantly. Shaoqin had heard the old dragon horse mention this before. For a period of time, the Buddhist sects nearly wiped out the dragon race. Many dragons were purified and turned into Buddhist guardian divine beasts. Later, due to the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism, the dragon race found fortuitous encounters and barely managed to reproduce. Only after the blood-soaked dragon emperor did the dragon race rise again. Just at this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended and enveloped Ksitigarbha's body. The light illuminated the entire Yellow Springs. Shaoqin felt a piercing pain in his eyes and took a few steps back. Light of guidance? Ha ha ha! Heaven never bars one's way. Shaoqin, our matter will not end so simply. When I cultivate the golden body of the Buddhist sects, no matter where you hide, I will find you and end this karma. Escaping from death's door, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva laughed maniacally. Shaoqin was slightly stunned. Could it be that Lu Ryue was taken away like this as well? However, it was not that easy for the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to leave. Dragon blood soul, breaking finger. Suddenly, a horrifying aura burst out of Shaoqin's body. It will burst out of his body, merging with the entire world. The blazing might made the light of guidance dim somewhat. When the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva pointed, Sin poured out continuously from his body, giving off a scarlet light. The Sin rebounded, and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face twisted in pain. He wanted to say something, but before he could finish, the light of guidance took him away. Shaoqin stood upright with his hands behind his back, entering deep thought. He did not know if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was dead or not. However, even if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was not in a good state, even if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva left the abandoned land, he would most likely be a cripple. Shaoqin collected his thoughts and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation in front. Chapter 1549. The primes revealed shocked expressions, all of them in disbelief. However, when I think about it, his strength should not be too horrifying. Otherwise, he could have immediately attacked the Kunlun realm after the demonic calamity, the Fox King analyzed calmly. Although it only had a simple silhouette, it was filled with boundlessly tyrannical aura. Whoosh! On the 1-kilometer-tall blue dragon divine tree, Shao Chun hovered in the air. As he held the carving knife, his movements were slow but steady and smooth. However, he still did not turn around. When he was about to walk out, the human path of reincarnation shattered again. 6 paths of reincarnation. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, what are you trying to do? Do you still remember the Kiddagarbha Bodhisattva? Shao Chun asked. Shao Chun thought of a possibility. The Kiddagarbha Bodhisattva was a person of the immortal epic in the first place. Hence, the heavenly Tao of this abandoned land did not erase any memories of him. When Shao Chun heard that, he showed a calm expression. What should come had finally come. He roughly guessed what was going on. In that case, the Kiddagarbha Bodhisattva was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, the last immortal. All the more, the heavenly Tao should not have erased any memories of him. This made Shao Chun feel somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the Kiddagarbha Bodhisattva was already completely broken? However, even after waiting for a long time, the broken human path of reincarnation showed no signs of mending. Indeed, it was as Shao Chun expected. The residences from the immortal epic were now in the hands of the major factions. The instant Shao Chun turned around, the broken human path of reincarnation silently mended and formed a complete reincarnation path. The force of the brush was as heavy as a mountain. The place where the brush landed was extremely sharp. The words naturally exuded a vast and tyrannical aura. The same principle applied to carving. The carving knife was the brush in the hands of the carver. Why? We suspect that there are still powerful people in the demonic world who have not appeared yet. Now that the demonic god is dead, this person immediately took over the position of the demonic god and launched this attack, Emperor Forsaken said as he looked at Shao Chun. Ying Zongtian added, furthermore, this person should be extremely shrewd and good at enduring. When we were fighting the demonic world, he hid his strength and did not make a move. Mo Chen smiled. I guessed it. That's why I have been recording your name in a small notebook every day. Shao Chun, you know him? Ying Zongtian asked. Master saw that you kept coming back and felt a little worried, so I came over. At Ghost Mother Sun Chi's level, she could feel the horror of Shao Chun's strength. There was no one in the Kunlun realm who could threaten him. Shao Chun shook his head and said, there is no need. I know who he is. The situation is worse than you think. Naturally, Shao Chun could not tell Mo Chen the reason. He smiled and said, I will tell you in the future. I will definitely return to this Kunlun realm. I will go to Kunlun Mountain first. The Chun, the Yundao, the most about it, just he spirit, he chin, he, chin, and all, and the few of them explained with frowns on their faces. Their brows were filled with worry. At first, Shao Chun felt stunned. Then he understood. The heavenly Tao would erase all traces of anyone who left the Kunlun realm. However, Ghost Mother Xuanqi smiled and did not refute. In reality, Qing Qing had begged her several times before she reluctantly agreed. Right now, Shao Chun was not strong enough. It was not yet time to unravel the Sky Dome Immortal Lord secret. There were too many unpredictable dangers. Naturally, Shao Chun saw it. His spiritual sense spread out for 5,000 kilometers around. He could even see the wind blowing and the grass moving. At the very least, the fight with Chu Chaoyan had not started yet. If he left, what would happen to the Kunlun realm? The remaining cycle of reincarnation was also shattered. However, Shao Chun remembered that it did not seem to be completely shattered. Shao Chun, something happened. The lower realms that our factions controlled were all uprooted. The experts we sent out never returned. Even the sovereign martial emperors did not return alive. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord erased the scene, preventing Shao Qin from seeing it. Shao Chun waited here, staring at the cycle of reincarnation without moving. He wanted to see if it could mend. I do. He came from the Sky Dome with me. However, back then I went to the Kunlun realm and he went to the demonic world, Shao Chen answered calmly. However, it was hard to avoid some ripples in his heart. What? It's good that it's dealt with. In that case, why are you staring at the 6 paths of reincarnation? Qing Qing asked, feeling confused as she blinked. Mo Chen looked at Shao Qin, who was focused on carving the blue dragon divine wood. In it, when the Qing Emperor appeared, he walked the cycle of reincarnation and entered Earth. When Mo Chen heard that, her heart felt empty. However, when she thought about it, Shao Chen would have to leave sooner or later. Under the seemingly calm surface, a surging energy flowed in the dark. Nothing much. I was just curious. Let's go. Mo Chen quickly said. Of course, I remember. You told me before. However, she could not dissuade Qing Qing. So what if she came? Shao Qin smiled and said, if she remembers the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, then she should not forget me. Very wonderful. Unexpectedly, Big Brother Zhao's knife skills have such charm. Although I only dabbled in the art of carving, I can tell that Big Brother Zhao's carving skills are extraordinary. Just at this moment, Ghost Mother Xuanqian and Qing Cheng appeared behind Shao Qin. Did Shao Qin see them? Emperor Forsaken, Ing Zongtian, Ghost Mother Xuanqian, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Fox King were all there. Now, they were all snatched away by a mysterious faction. Furthermore, Shao Chen did not know the other party's origins. Naturally, it was hard to avoid worrying. At that time, the entire Kunlun realm would crumble. All life would find it hard to escape destruction. Big Brother Shao, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes sent a message, saying that they have urgent matters to discuss with you at Kunlun Mountain. After putting down the carving knife, Shao Chen landed firmly on the ground. Then he looked at Mo Qin and said, Mo Qin, what do you think of my carving? Earth was the final refuge of the immortals. There, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord lived alone until the end. He personally buried the many immortals. Then, the Qing Emperor Shao Tung arrived. Shao Chun returned to this place again. Back then, in the 3-life mirror, Shao Qin saw his past. The major factions had just experienced a demonic calamity, and they all suffered heavy losses. No one would be able to endure another great battle. Mo Chen looked at the blue dragon divine wood and saw that the skeleton of a blue dragon had already been carved on the divine wood. It was not time yet. The Qing Emperor only dared to go all out at the moment of his death. The heaven-punishing corpse god was an impatient person. Without waiting for Shao Qin to stand firmly, he spoke quickly. Since ancient times, the powerful outstanding talents would leave the Kunlun realm and pursue the martial Tao, reaching an even higher peak. All along, the Kunlun realm had been treated as their exclusive property, not allowing others to make a move on them. Shao Qin, Qing Qing, and Ghost Mother Sun, she left this Yellow Springs hell with some doubts. Knife skills were like calligraphy. They required the strength of the brush, the tip of the brush, and the spirit. At this point, Shao Chun suddenly recalled that when the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was taken away, Qing Qing and Ghost Mother Sun, she had not forgotten about it. Shao Qin said, "This is the blue dragon totem. When the totem is completed, I will probably have to leave." In the end, the battle that was fated and could not be avoided had finally arrived. Shao Chun stepped forward and arrived at the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly Tao, Azura Tao, animal Tao, hungry ghost Tao, and hell Tao were all shattered beyond recognition. Emperor Forsaken said, "It is not that we fear him. The main thing is that we cannot figure out his strength, so we would like to ask for your help." As for the spirit contained within, that was a rather high level of understanding. Mo Qin did not really understand it. Xiao Chun directly turned this abandoned land into a wasteland, all for the sake of his future. It was like the calm water of a river pushing the quicksand at the riverbed, moving slowly. In reality, Xiao Chen's words were not false at all. Chu Chaoyun's goal was to unify the 3,000 lower realms and then swallow up the Kunlun realm, absorbing the luck of the entire Kunlun realm. When the two met, Xiao Chen did not know what they said or what happened. Before the sky turned dark, Xiao Chen arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Xiao Chen turned his head and smiled. "It's fine. I already dealt with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's matter." 7 days later, Xiao Chen, who was quietly carving the blue dragon divine wood in the back mountain of the Dragon's Gate on Heavenly Star Island, was interrupted by a piece of news that Imochen brought. Chapter 1550. Who? There's more to it than meets the eye? Ing Zongtian asked. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun. With his current cultivation, he could vaguely make out some of Chu Chaoyun's secrets. When we fought the demonic gods, he did not make a move to cause trouble. He was being reasonable. There is no need to doubt him. He is someone with the strength to turn the situation around. Xiao Chun stood up and looked up at the starry heavens. Even though they were separated by millions of kilometers, it seemed like his vision clashed with that person's. The few primes exchanged glances with each other, their expressions somewhat grave. Blue Dragon King, we'll send you off. It seemed like Xiao Qin was always like this. Even though he caused a huge commotion, he remained hidden behind the scenes, preventing others from seeing through him or figuring him out. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and looked at it. Then he said indifferently, "Little Ao Jiao, this might really be your last battle with me. Are you afraid?" It was like the lunar shadow saber could pierce through the entire world with just a slight movement. A golden light burst out and appeared in front of Chu Chaoyun. The peak characters of the Kunlun Mountain and the Kunlun realm had noticed this long ago. The intense light illuminated the entire Kunlun continent as bright as day. This was the reason for the mysterious phenomenon of night and day and the twinkling stars. Chu Chaoyun. The two did not say anything. They just quietly looked at each other in the depths of the starry heavens. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "My family is in his hands." "Brother Xiao Chen, what do you think we should do?" The heaven-punishing corpse god asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. There were two extremely berserk energies in Chu Chaoyun's body. They repelled each other, but were tightly bound together by a strong will. "Very good. I already helped her kill all the demon monarchs. The entire demonic world now respects her. Many demons are not innately inhumane. It is just that they were forced to do so by the existence of the demonic gods. In the future, there should be a brand new demon world. This is the condition I promised her back then. You don't have to thank me." Emperor Forsaken and the others abruptly stood up and looked at Xiao Chen, making a request. Those who were originally full of confidence in Xiao Chen started to waver. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm an artifact spirit. To put it nicely, I'm a spirit. To put it bluntly, I'm a slave. In my previous life, I met a good person like Sangmu, and in this life I met a fool like you. For an artifact spirit, what else is there to pursue?" His face, which always carried a hint of a smile, had a heart that was colder and more ruthless than anyone else. If we besiege him without reason, then he won't be reasonable anymore. Against such an enemy, if he gives up even the slightest bit of his bottom line, then he won't be able to do anything. The price we have to pay is much heavier than we imagined. Xiao Chan hit the nail on the head and pointed out Chu Chaoyun's current situation. 3 days later, the entire Kunlun continent suddenly started shaking for no reason. A figure flew through the air in the boundless starry heavens, standing in the sky dome Immortal, Lord's residence. Around him were the remaining 2,999 Immortal, Lord residences. Xiao Qin did not understand how Xiao Chen's strength improved so quickly. Only after he figured it out would he understand the price he paid. The clash of light and darkness was not something Emperor Wu's body could endure. Not only would it be painful, but it would also leave behind hidden injuries. Such a mysterious phenomenon naturally startled everyone in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. Chu Chaoyun's expression remained calm. His tone did not contain any emotion. Everyone, it's time. The mountains shattered, the seas surged, and the rivers flowed in reverse. The mountains shattered, the seas surged, and the rivers flowed in reverse. All sorts of strange things happened because of Xiao Qin. That was the power of light and darkness. Many years ago, Xiao Qin already felt that he would have to fight this person again after the youth competition. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "You don't understand the hatred in my heart. I never thought of killing that person. I only wanted to ask him one question. However, if I cannot absorb the luck of the entire Kunlun realm, I will not even be qualified to stand before him." The sky did not differentiate between night and day. Stars twinkled everywhere. Motes of starlight could be seen densely packed in the sky at every moment. Xiao Qin continued, "That is not the main point. Even if I lose, he will not do anything to my family. He was a person who had never been able to accomplish what he had set his mind to. There is a tacit understanding between me and him. There are some things that need not be said." Sometimes Xiao Qin did not understand. However, after thinking about it, he realized that this might be the only way. Xiao. In the demonic world, Xiao Qin hid behind the demonic god. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only knew the demonic god and did not know who Chu Chaoyun was. In the Sky Dome realm, given Xiao Qin's fame, no one cared who the person who lost to Xiao Qin was. However, Xiao Qin would not lie. This was especially so for such a matter. Xiao Qin said calmly, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor killed the last Tianwu Emperor. As a descendant of the Tianwu Emperor, he has a duel with me. At that time, I will engage in a battle to the death with him. If I lose, everyone can think of a solution." The sharpness of this small sword pierced their eyes. However, their expressions were filled with excitement and shock. After a while, the white-clad Xiao Qin stood on the cycle throne. He finally saw Chu Chaoyun's face clearly. Xiao Qin said that person's name indifferently. However, the few primes showed confused expressions. They did not have any impression of him. That's not good. Since this person is so strong, let's attack together. The few primes were greatly startled. To think that Xiao Qin had such a handle on them. Xiao Qin revealed a bitter smile. If Chu Chaoyun were that simple, how could he have reached his current position? Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the center of the fluorescent sea under Chu Chaoyun's feet. Something seemed like it was about to burst out. Chu Chaoyun was like a clump of divine fire, lighting up the entire starry heavens. Every star gave off light because of him. It was a palm-sized sword with an exquisite design. It gave off a resplendent golden light, giving off a sharpness that made one's skin prickle. Kung Chong. Chu Chaoyun drew the sword and pointed it at Xiao Qin. The legend is actually true. Emperor Forsaken muttered to himself. Clearly, he knew some of the legends about the Tianwu Emperor as well. A group of people flew quickly in the starry heavens. Soon, they finally saw Chu Chaoyun in the depths of the starry heavens. There seemed to be a fluorescent sea under his feet. Kung Chong. Xiao Chen drew his saber and clashed with the incoming sword intent. This was a divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind. As long as Xiao Chen had it, he would not need to take the Kunlun Road and could leave this abandoned land. 10,000 years is a cycle. There is only one chance every 10,000 years. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, if you do not draw your saber now, when are you going to do so? Only then could Xiao Qin not care about this world at all. Only then could he harden his heart and destroy the entire world just to fulfill his wish. The wager was the entire Kunlun realm. Today, the 3,000 Immortal Lord residences finally merged into one. This affected the entire Kunlun realm. The powerful divine item floated quietly between the two. Its golden light was very tempting. Shao Qin entered deep thought. It looks like everyone in this world has it hard. In the past, I could not see through Chu Chaoyan. This scene was exactly the same as what Shao Qin saw in the past. The appearance of the divine item that the Qianwu Emperor left behind made this group of primes feel that this matter was very thorny and unusual. The few of them all felt extremely surprised. Worry flashed in Ing Zongtian's eyes. Shao Chen has really met with an opponent. This person has an aura of primal chaos, one that leads to the peak of the great Tao. The 3,000 lower realms merged under Shao Chen's feet as he slowly approached the Kunlun realm. In the end, he still could not avoid his fate. In the lunar shadow saber, little Ao Jiao showed a calm expression as she turned into a beam of light and merged with the lunar shadow saber. The people of the Kunlun realm did not recognize the name Chu Chaoyan at all. Let's stop here. After saying that, Shao Chen's figure flickered. Occasionally, fragments of the stars flew at him, but he easily dodged them. Right. There is no need to talk about morality with such a person. To think that he wants to use the entire Kunlun realm to help him. There is no need to reason with him. Emperor Forsaken and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God both chose the most direct and effective method. They simply could not believe that such an expert still existed in the world without them knowing about him. However, they had not expected that this day would come in such a manner, using the entire starry heavens as a battlefield. That was the Sky Dome realm of the 3,000 lower realms. Shao Chen felt excited. He vaguely guessed that something was about to come out. In that case, we'll listen to you, everyone said helplessly in the end. Why the need to fight so bitterly? You're not in a good state right now. The best solution is to leave the Kunlun realm quickly and break through to the veritable essence stage. Otherwise, if you delay your physical body like this, it will become a hidden injury that will plague you for life. Shao Qin was the first to speak. How is Lung Yu? Like before, Lung Yu carried a sword on his back. His eyes flickered with a bright light as though he had been waiting for Shao Qin for a long time. Emperor Forsaken and the other primes watched from afar. Suddenly, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Chapter 1551. The saber was the tyrant of weapons, boundlessly tyrannical. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons, the sharpest. One could not use the edge of the saber to block the other party's sword. Shao Qin attacked from below. He gently raised his saber and chopped the incoming sword intent in half. This was the boundless starry heavens, dotted with stars and a picturesque heavenly river. This was also the final battlefield of two outstanding talents. Many people did not know what the outcome of this battle would be. Compared to the demonic god's vast invasion, Chu Chaoyan chose to be more hidden. Although the mysterious phenomenon in the Kunlun continent was strange, most cultivators did not know what was going on. Furthermore, they did not know that a battle that would decide their fate was taking place in the depths of the starry heavens. In fact, not many people knew about the name Chu Chaoyan. However, more and more peak cultivators of the Kunlun realm came to know about this battle. The many sovereign martial emperors and primes of the heavenly starry ocean landed beside Ing Zongtian and the others. They looked at the depths of the starry heavens from a great distance and saw two upright figures. They were like two resplendent stars, making the surrounding starlight appear much dimmer, unable to cover up the sharpness of these two. Shao Qin and Chu Chaoyan both stored up their auras, locking their gazes on each other, not wanting to miss out on any detail. Vaguely, there was an invisible clash between the two of them. This resulted in the divine item that the Qianwu Emperor left buzzing and trembling continuously. Shao Chen did not dare to attack rashly because he did not have a deep understanding of Chu Chaoyan. He had not fought with Chu Chaoyan for so many years. Shao Qin did not know Chu Chaoyan's strength or combat style, so he could only wait and see. As the two faced off, their auras soared. Whoosh! The moment their auras reached their peak, Chu Chaoyan made the first move. He thrust his sword forward, gathering all his aura at the tip of his sword. His movements were like flowing water, incredibly smooth. His grasp of timing was very precise. However, the most brilliant thing was his understanding of the sword. The strength of the sword lay in its sharpness. It was indestructible and could break through anything. Chu Chaoyan was able to instantly gather all his aura at the tip of his sword without any gaps. It was sufficient to show that his attainments in the sword Dao had already attained perfection. The strength of the saber lay in its tyranny and violence. However, a tyrannical aura was not something that could be achieved in one go. He needed to keep accumulating, and the more he fought, the stronger he would become. Of course, if the opponent was weaker, he would have the advantage right from the start. There was no need for him to accumulate his strength, so it didn't count. Xiao Chen was the #1 saber cultivator of the current Kunlun sect. He understood this principle better than anyone else. The best choice was to retreat, temporarily avoid the sharp edge, and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, when faced with Chu Chaoyun's most advantageous attack, he absolutely could not retreat. Once he retreated, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they absolutely could not retreat. There was only one word: fight. Before the sword arrived, the sword aura had already arrived. This sharp sword aura blew Xiao Chen's long hair backward. The cold light at the tip of the sword grew closer and closer to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and chopped down with his saber. At the crucial moment, his saber coincidentally met the tip of the sword. Chi! The saber and sword clashed and sparks flew. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the sharp light in each other's eyes. Xiao Chen forcefully blocked this thrust. He felt his hand, which held his saber, go slightly numb. Blood seeped out of his palm. Needless to say, he was clearly at a disadvantage in this exchange. In such a situation, Chu Chaoyan clearly held the upper hand. He should not have clashed head-on. I thought that I had already improved very quickly. Unexpectedly, you were still able to keep up with me. Chu Chaoyan, it looks like you have suffered a lot in the past few years, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could not lose his momentum. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "This is talent. It is not something that can be achieved just by suffering. Take another sword strike from me." Right after Chu Chaoyan spoke, he twisted his wrist slightly. His sword aura did not decrease, continuing to stab at Xiao Chen's forehead. At such a close distance, Chu Chaoyan could easily send out a second sword strike. However, Xiao Chen would find it difficult to send out another saber strike to block the cold light at the tip of the sword that had yet to fade. Because there was nowhere to store energy, Xiao Chen could not execute his saber aura smoothly. It was like an assassin using a dagger to get close to him, preventing him from using a long weapon. Oh no, he cannot dodge this sword strike. Emperor Forsaken, who was watching from a distance, exclaimed. He started to worry for Xiao Chen. What an incredible swordsman! It is hard to imagine that the Kunlun realm has such a strong sword Dao expert. Even though Ying Zongtian did not like Chu Chaoyan, he had to acknowledge Chu Chaoyan's attainments in the sword Dao. Xiao Chen can only retreat. The heaven-punishing corpse god shook his head slightly. Being at a disadvantage right from the start was not a good sign. Dang! However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen blocked this sword strike and still sent out another saber strike. Xiao Chen spun around at an unimaginable speed. Then, when he turned around, he sent out a dangerous saber strike. To most people, Xiao Chen did not move at all. They only saw a saber light blocking that sword strike in an incredible fashion. After the second sword strike was blocked, the aura gathered at the tip of Chu Chaoyun's sword slowly dispersed. The sharpness of the sword strike was significantly weaker than it was at the start. At this moment, Xiao Qin finally turned the disadvantageous situation into a draw. Metallic clangs rang out continuously. Before the sword strike faded completely, Chu Chaoyan chose to attack quickly. Sword images filled the sky like a storm, charging at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin fought steadily, countering the moves as they came. In just a few breaths, the two exchanged 100 moves. A strong saber intent and sword intent spread out continuously as the saber and sword clashed. The saber intent turned into resplendent light that could be seen clearly from far away. The metallic clangs of the saber and sword clashing formed a storm-like melody. It stirred the heart and made one's blood surge. This was the most exciting melody in the world. As the saber and sword clashed, the instant the two brushed past each other, a mysterious phenomenon appeared behind them. A flawless moon appeared behind Xiao Qin. Under the moon was a vast sea with dragons hidden in the water. A powerful imperial city stood behind Chu Chaoyan. The imperial banners fluttered on the city walls, commanding the world. The two were still evenly matched. Neither side showed any signs of being at a disadvantage. The two brushed past each other. The probing had already ended. Next, it was time to fight to the death with full power. Dao. Xiao Qin shouted, and Dao Might appeared. A Dao disc appeared behind him, giving off a faint light. Carrying a boundless Dao Might, Xiao Qin soared into the air and took the initiative to hack down with his saber. Dao. Who knew? Chu Chaoyan shouted, and a Dao disc appeared behind him as well. He had also comprehended the great Dao energy of the sword Dao and was not much weaker than Xiao Qin. The saber and sword clashed in the air again. Blood leaked out of the two's mouths as they looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Qin spun around, and the Taiji saber domain appeared. His body hid in the Taiji saber domain. Holding his saber, he charged over once more. The yin and yang energies in the Taiji diagram under Xiao Qin's feet each turned into a saber dragon. One was bright and one was dark, appearing and disappearing. Chu Chaoyan pushed off with his feet, and light and darkness flickered around his body, forming a black and white sword domain. The two started fighting again. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain merged, clashing endlessly, clashing intensely. They were like two huge, invisible gears that merged together but spun in different directions. Ka! 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 The sounds of the clash shook the air. Everyone who heard it felt their hearts tremble, reaching deep into their souls. These two are truly evenly matched. With their cultivation of the saber and the sword, it is hard to tell who is stronger. Indeed, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose in this battle. I really wonder, where did this Chu Chaoyan suddenly come from? He is so inconceivably strong. He is the Tianwu Emperor's descendant. Everything is easy to explain. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, it was the last Tianwu Emperor who severely injured the Qing Emperor, giving the Thunder King the opportunity to sneak attack. The breathtaking battle in the distance deeply shocked all the spectating primes and sovereign martial emperors. Be it Xiao Qin or Chu Chaoyan, their attainments in the way of the saber and the sword far surpassed that of their peers in the Kunlun realm. The exquisite martial techniques they displayed already baffled some of the primes, who could not understand their true profoundness. Chapter 1552. Up in the starry heavens, the battle between Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyan grew increasingly intense. The Taiji saber domain and the black and white sword domain layered over each other. Countless sabers and swords made of light soared up from the overlapping domains. The two exchanged 1,000 moves, but neither managed to gain a clear advantage. As the two exchanged attacks, they brought out the advantages of the saber Dao and the sword Dao to their fullest. Both sides had reached the peak of their respective saber Dao and sword Dao in the Kunlun realm. They were stuck at the same bottleneck. This was due to the Kunlun realm status, which could not compare to the outside world. If the two went to the outside world, their vast accumulations would allow them to quickly break through their respective bottlenecks. However, right now, it was clear that the two could not break through their bottlenecks. Just by relying on their saber techniques and sword techniques, it would be hard to determine a victor. Light and darkness fusion, yin and yang as one, Chu Chaoyin shouted, and the two extreme energies merged in the black and white sword domain. Suddenly, his body burst forth with alternating black and white light. This looked extremely strange. A sword light flashed as it shot toward Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin did not show any weakness. The Taiji saber domain under his feet quickly merged with the two saber dragons, one bright and one dark. The saber dragons coiled around the saber and blocked the sword light of the other party's black and white sword domain. Boom! The two great killing moves clashed. It was like a star exploding, forming a horrifying shockwave that surged out. Xiaoqin quickly retreated. However, the shock wave still struck him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Then he pushed off a meteor and stood firmly. However, Chu Chaoyin was more severely injured than Xiaoqin. His long hair was disheveled, and saber wounds covered his body. Occasionally, black qi poured out to heal these saber wounds. However, its recovery speed could not compare to Xiaoqin's azure dragon war body. It was slightly inferior. Xiaoqin raised his head and looked at the other party. Then he said indifferently, "It looks like your physical body is really your burden." Burden? A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyin's eyes. He did not deny it or admit it. "Perhaps. However, this will not stop me from defeating you." The limitless sword Dao, sword traversing the sky. Chu Chaoyin also walked a different path. Unlike Xiaoqin's flawless saber Dao, his limitless sword Dao was extremely pure. The so-called Wuji was boundless and limitless. It implied that his sword Dao was boundless and endless. With this sword Dao as the core, he also created his own limitless sword technique. One sword across the sky. This was the first move of the limitless sword technique. With a flash of sword light, Chu Chaoyin charged over with his sword in hand. When the sword was drawn, it locked down the 9 heavens and completely froze the space. In an instant, Xiaoqin felt that the space around him had been locked by a sword aura. Imperceptibly, it formed a prison that locked him up and prevented him from moving. Breaking. Flawless saber technique. Void breaking stance. After executing the first move of the flawless saber technique, Xiaoqin turned the tables and suddenly vanished. When Xiaoqin reappeared, he released a resplendent saber light from his body, tearing through the air. Limitless sword Dao, 1,000 turns and 100 turns. Chu Chaoyin quickly changed his move, and his figure turned blurry. The sword light was ethereal and formless. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense could not immediately lock onto the other party, much less make a move. When looking around, it looked like the other party's body was floating in a winding corridor, crisscrossing each other, creating a sense of spatial confusion. Limitless sword Dao. 10,000 swords become one. Chu Chaoyin took advantage of the moment when Xiaoqin's aura was exhausted and his move was already over to charge back with his sword. After thousands of turns, the countless figures merged and turned into a sharp sword stabbing at Xiaoqin. This sword strike was too fast, too ruthless, and too accurate. Xiaoqin did not have time to change his move. He could only hold his saber horizontally in front of him to block this sword strike. Dang! Amid the clanging sounds, Xiaoqin nearly lost his grip on his saber, forcing him to retreat quickly. No matter how strong your physical body is, if you keep getting beaten up, you can only lose. Chu Chaoyin smiled faintly. Then he took advantage of Xiaoqin's mistake and chased after him while holding his sword. The sword move was sharp and indestructible. The starry sword light flew at Xiaoqin like a torrential storm. Ding! Ding! Dang! They were like raindrops landing on the ground, giving off a continuous, melodious sound. With one mistake, Xiao Chun was pushed back again and again. Countless stars flashed by the two. The stars did not move, but the two were too fast. The stars looked like reflections, flashing rapidly. Chu Chaoyun's sword moves became increasingly ruthless. He only had one chance. He could not give Xiao Chun a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, his momentum would plummet, and his sword would lose its sharpness. Xiao Chun remained calm, not flustered at all. Right now, he had many ways to counter the other party. However, for some reason, he did not really want to do so. Just based on the saber and the sword, the two should be evenly matched. Their attainments were about the same. It all depended on who made the first mistake. However, with other factors, Xiao Chun held too much of an advantage over Chu Chaoyun. Be it the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, Dermic World, or the Divine Lightning Eye, they could all allow Xiao Chun to turn things around in an instant. Up until now, Xiao Chun had thoroughly figured out his opponent's strength. Chu Chaoyun's cultivation was at peak prime. However, he also cultivated the demonic race's cultivation techniques. Hence, he could contend with Xiao Chun alone. Chu Chaoyun's sword skills were about the same as Xiao Chun's saber skills. It was hard to say who was superior. Chu Chaoyun's trump card was the state of primal chaos, a state even stronger than the state of cycle. Before primal chaos split, there was no day or night. There was no time, no space, and no cycle. However, from the very start, Xiao Chun discovered that the merger of light and darkness was not perfect. The reason was that Chu Chaoyun's state of light and state of darkness needed to be perfected. Primal chaos was not as simple as light and darkness. He had forcefully fused them completely by relying on his own willpower. Perhaps that willpower was his greatest trump card. It could allow him to go further and fly higher. Of course, that was under the condition that he could leave the Kunlun realm. However, right now, Chu Chaoyun forcefully raised himself to a higher level. Compared to Xiao Chun, who fought steadily, advancing step by step, Chu Chaoyun was like a tall, dangerous building. Since Xiao Chun knows his own situation, why does he still want to fight me? Whoosh! As Xiao Chun pondered, he became distracted. Then, Chu Chaoyun stabbed his sword into Xiao Chun's chest. A black and white light flowed out of the sword and quickly entered Xiao Chun's body. The muscles and bones around Xiao Chun's wound immediately rotted. Blue Dragon King, you are distracted, Chu Chaoyun said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chun's chest. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I am indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. Xiao Chun nodded and said, I was indeed distracted. I just figured out why you insisted on fighting me. A smile appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face as he said calmly, No one has ever been able to guess my thoughts. Very well. Before I kill you, let me hear you out. If you guessed correctly, I will not stab you with this sword. The tip of the sword stabbed into Xiao Chun's body pressed against Xiao Chun's chest, releasing strands of black sword qi. Strands of black sword qi surged out from the tip of the sword and wrapped around Xiao Chun's chest. As long as Chu Chaoyun wanted to, he could crush Xiao Chun's heart at any time. Do you really want to say it? I feel that it is better to prove it with my actions. Chu Chaoyun was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw 3 purple petals spinning in his eyes. When the petals layered over each other, the power of the tribulation lightning instantly descended. Chu Chaoyun was immediately blasted away. His clothes were tattered, and electricity flickered all over his body. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon! A berserk tricolor dragon appeared in Xiao Chun's left palm. As the wind blew, it charged at Chu Chaoyun, who was injured by the tribulation lightning. Pu Ci! Chu Chaoyun vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His internal organs ruptured, and he fell weakly onto a small planet. It was not over yet. Xiao Chun's body trembled slightly as he executed Dermic World. Then, his huge body stomped on the small planet. Rumble! The small planet shattered on the spot. Chu Chaoyan was in a sorry state. All the bones in his body were shattered, and he no longer had any combat prowess. Chu Chaoyan lay on a rather large piece of the small planet. Right now, he did not even have the strength to stand up. Dermic World vanished, and Xiao Qin pulled out the sword at his chest and casually tossed it aside. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the asteroid. Then he looked at Chu Chaoyan coldly and asked, "Am I right?" Chapter 1553. On the Shattered Meteor. Xiao Qin looked at Chu Chaoyan and said indifferently, "You should know my strength. Before I entered the Blue Dragon Palace, I might not be as strong as you. However, after I entered the Blue Dragon Palace and obtained the bloodline inheritance, I broke through the shackles of Prime. No one in the Kunlun realm is a match for me. Since a long time ago, you said that there would be a battle between you and me. Even though you knew that you were no longer as strong as me, you stubbornly insisted on fighting me. In the past, I could not understand it. Just now, I finally understood why. In the end, deep in your heart, in the end, you were still unwilling to destroy the entire Kunlun realm to fulfill your wish. If you really wanted to achieve your goal, the battle between me and the demonic god would have been your best opportunity. However, you did not. This means that from the very start, your greatest goal was not to destroy the Kunlun realm. What are you trying to do? You are seeking death." Towards the end, Xiao Chen's voice became heavier as he enunciated every word. When Chu Chaoyan heard that, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "You are right. Do it then. Borrow your hands to kill me. That way, I will feel more at ease and not feel too guilty toward those remnant elders of the dynasty." Xiao Qin did not make a move. He said indifferently, "However, I do not understand why you seek death so much." Chu Chaoyan remained expressionless, his eyes numb. He said calmly, "I'm tired. Do it. I have been waiting for this day for a long time already. I can only say that, Xiao Qin, you have not disappointed me." Xiao Qin looked at Chu Chaoyan, feeling that he was very pitiful. Who could avoid death in this world? However, some people were not born to live but to seek death. You seek death wholeheartedly and have no regrets? Regrets? None. After I merged the 3,000 lower realms, no one above Emperor Wu can enter. Only the people inside can come out. The people outside cannot enter. The Tianwu dynasty is already established. Those remnant elders like to dream, so I will give them a dream. I've already done what I promised Lin Yu. He had also fulfilled the dying wish of the last Tianwu emperor, to fight with you. I, Chu Chaoyan, have nothing to regret. Seeing the other party's calm expression, Xiao Qin said indifferently, "You are lying. Do you not want to leave and ask the first generation Tianwu emperor why he abandoned you?" Hearing this, Chu Chaoyan smiled and said, "To be honest, this is the reason I am most unwilling to live. You don't know how powerful he is, and you don't know how terrifying his background is." After pausing for a while, Chu Chaoyan revealed a self-mocking expression. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. The establishment of the Tianwu dynasty was his springboard to leave the Kunlun realm. He has never cared about the survival of the Tianwu dynasty. They are just tools for him. Xiao Qin felt somewhat astonished. He had not expected the Tianwu emperor to have such a secret. "Send me on my way. I no longer have any regrets." "I am really tired," Chu Chaoyan said again, getting Xiao Qin to make a move. Xiao Qin remained silent for a long time. Just as Chu Chaoyan gave up and prepared to make a move himself, a force suddenly restricted his body. It was Xiao Qin. He made a move, but he did not kill Chu Chaoyan. Instead, he treated his injuries. Xiao Qin was a prime in the first place. His injuries recovered very quickly. With the help of an external force, his recovery was even faster. Just as Chu Chaoyun's injuries were about to recover, Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind appeared in his hand. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing much. I'm just sending you out of this abandoned land. There are some things that you have to ask personally. When you are outside and truly have no regrets, we can have a good fight. In this life, one cannot live for others. Chu Chaoyun, don't disappoint me. I do not have many true opponents in this life." Xiao Chun controlled Chu Chaoyun and got him to activate the divine item. The palm-sized sword immediately merged with Chu Chaoyun's body. A vigorous energy started to erupt in Chu Chaoyun's body. His clothes fluttered about, and he had a malevolent expression. Clearly he was in pain. Black lines appeared on Chu Chaoyun's face, looking like tentacles about to come out. These were the side effects of the clash of light and darkness. Xiao! A sharp sword light shot out from Chu Chaoyun's body. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun went flying. The divine item slowly melted in Chu Chaoyun's body, suppressing the powers of darkness and light. Chu Chaoyun soared into the air, and a melodious sword hum came from his body. With a buzz, he broke the barrier of a world. Chu Chaoyun turned into a resplendent light, lighting up the entire boundless starry heavens. Boundless radiance radiated out from Chu Chaoyun's body. As the light spread out, all the stars in the starry heavens dimmed. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Kunlun continent saw a strange scene. In the pitch-black sky, only a resplendent star was shining brightly. Chu Chaoyun's body rose continuously. It felt like the entire world was getting further and further away from him. At this moment, the situation was already set. The restriction that Xiao Chun left in Chu Chaoyun's body no longer existed. However, Chu Chaoyun could not change the situation of being brought out of this world by the divine item. Chu Chaoyun searched for Xiao Chen's figure in the pitch-black space. Xiao Chen's figure and appearance slowly turned blurry in his vision. In life, one cannot always live for others, Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself, mulling over Xiao Chen's words. In hindsight, Chu Chaoyun seemed to be in control of the situation at all times, devising strategies. Everything, no matter how big or small, was under his control. Everything went according to his plans. However, in this life, Chu Chaoyun indeed lived only for others. He lived for the dying wishes of the last Tianwu Emperor, for the remnant elders of the dynasty. It seemed like he never truly lived for himself. "Xiao Chen, I promise you, when I have no regrets, I will truly fight you again." After making up his mind, a brilliant light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Then he vanished from the starry heavens, leaving this abandoned land. The instant Chu Chaoyun left, the starry heavens returned to normal. The stars filling the sky lit up one by one, and the night returned to calm. However, just at this moment, the heavenly Tao mercilessly erased all traces of Chu Chaoyun's existence in this world. Many of the primes and martial emperors watching the battle showed confused expressions, not knowing what happened. Only Xiao Chun failed again when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Chu Chaoyun from his mind. This was the same as when the heavenly Tao tried to erase all memories of Lu Riyue from Xiao Chen's mind after Lu Riyue left. It failed again. Everyone forgot about Chu Chaoyun's existence. Everything related to him was erased without a trace. It was like this person had never existed in the first place. The heavenly Tao was merciless. No wonder everyone questioned whether there was a peak above prime. Whoosh! 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 The various primes and sovereign martial emperors found Xiao Qin and quickly asked him what happened. Xiao Qin wanted to explain. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he felt his entire body tremble. Countless strands of strange killing intent descended from the sky, firmly locking down on him. If he spoke, he would definitely be killed. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. The heavenly Tao was not just merciless, it was simply heartless. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain. Shao Qin casually brushed it off. Shao Qin glanced in the direction where Chu Chaoyin had disappeared before turning around and flying back to the Kunlun continent. 3 months later, the blue dragon totem was completed. Then, Shao Qin visited all his friends in the Kunlun realm. This was the last time he met with everyone before he left. His first senior sister, by Wu Shaotian in Zongtian Yu Bingyin, he visited all his friends that he had interacted with before. The deep abyss demonic world was Shao Chen's final stop. That was where he met the only demon lord of the demonic world, Lung Yu. There were many places he could not bear to part with and many people he could not forget. However, he still had to leave the Kunlun realm in the end. It was just like what he said to Chu Chaoyin. There were many things that he had to do, personally. No matter what Lu Riyue's current situation was, at the very least, in Shao Chen's heart, his former master was the person he loved the most in his life. Many words lingered in his ears like it was yesterday. Even if Shao Chen hid his feelings in the depths of his heart forever, not touching them or thinking about them, that person was irreplaceable in his heart. This was an undeniable fact. Before Shao Chen left, he entered the Blue Dragon Palace one last time. Big Brother Dragon and the other item spirits had been waiting for a long time already. Chapter 1554. You are leaving? The old dragon horse was the first to speak, guessing Shao Chen's purpose in coming. Shao Chen nodded. He had already done what he needed to do and met all the people he needed to meet. He needed to leave the Kunlun realm, be it to search for Lu Riyue or to climb to the peak of the martial Tao. He needed to leave this abandoned land. Big Brother Dragon Horse and the others were not surprised. However, there were some things that needed to be explained. The young girl behind him took out a spatial ring. Shao Chen received it and sent in his spiritual sense. He discovered that it contained crystal stones flickering with a blue light, looking very crystalline. Such crystals felt like they had the aura of primordial energy. However, they were purer and more condensed. What is this? Shao Chen asked as he withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at the young woman. I can feel the presence of primordial energy in this. However, it is much purer. The young woman explained, this is spirit jade and natural or in the outside world. Cultivators use this to trade. The so-called primordial energy of the Kunlun realm is actually innate spiritual energy in the outside world. When cultivators reach the innate realm, they can absorb it. Spirit jade grows underground. It takes hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years for a spirit jade vein to form. After such a long time of accumulation, the spiritual energy in the spirit jade is naturally much purer than the innate spiritual energy in the world. Big Brother Dragon Horse continued, there are about 2 million spirit jades in this spatial ring. The blue dragon bloodline declined, so I can only give you this much. The rest is to maintain the operation of the Blue Dragon Palace. Shao Chen put away the spatial ring and thanked the old man. Big Brother Dragon, you are too polite. In reality, Big Brother Dragon Horse was indeed too polite. After Shao Chen left, he would understand how precious spirit jades were. Furthermore, what Big Brother Dragon Horse gave Shao Chen were all high-quality, superior-grade spirit jades. The azure-clad man stepped forward and handed an ancient book to Shao Chen. He said, this is the book of the epics. Most sects in the outside world give it to their disciples. Keep it well. It introduces the various things of the martial epoch, such as what cultivation realms there are after the veritable essence realm. There are many factions in the martial epoch. Some of the larger factions and sects have records of them. Shao Chen took it and casually flipped through a few pages. It was a simplified version of an encyclopedia. Although it was not a secret manual, it was the most suitable for him at the moment. After leaving the Kunlun realm, he would not be clueless. Next, the artifact spirits took out some more precious personal items and left them to Shao Chen. They were all Xian weapons used to save Xiao Chen's life at a critical moment. Finally, the old dragon horse handed a jade pendant to Xiao Chen to wear. As he placed the jade pendant on his chest, an ice-cold aura flowed out of the jade pendant and poured into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen immediately felt a lot better, as his aura was greatly suppressed. On the surface of the jade pendant was an ancient Buddha sitting on a lotus platform with a serene expression. On the back were the words Jingxin. This was originally a Buddhist amulet. Later, someone polished it into jade. Although its shape changed, its effects remained the same. It can calm the mind and calm the heart. Of course, the most important thing is that it withdraws its aura. It can reduce the black lotus seal's aura to the minimum. The dragon horse Big Brother had put in a lot of effort. In reality, he was the one who carved the original Buddhist amulet. For the sake of helping Xiao Chen suppress the black lotus seal, the dragon horse Big Brother strengthened the effect of the jade pendant's aura withdrawing. However, you have to remember that this jade pendant cannot completely suppress the black lotus seal. You still have to be careful. When Xiao Chen felt the Dragon King's concern, he thanked him solemnly. This could be considered to have resolved his greatest hidden danger. Thinking about what the Thunder King said before he died, Xiao Chen could not truly feel at ease leaving the Kunlun realm. If the Black Lotus Church surrounded Xiao Chen the moment he left, that would be too unjust. I would like to ask Big Brother Dragon, where does the White Dragon race stay? Xiao Chen had not forgotten his greatest purpose in coming to the Blue Dragon Palace. The dragon horse Big Brother replied sullenly, "That is simple. Just go out and ask around, and you will know. However, I believe that the person you are looking for will not be in the White Dragon race's territory. Who would be willing to pay such a high price to pull your friend out of the abandoned land? There is only one reason. Your friend's bloodline is extremely special and has great potential. Such a genius would normally be in Ancestor Dragon City. That is where the demonic geniuses of the various dragon race bloodlines gather. The resources there are the most, and the competition is the most intense. Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chan thought to himself, it looks like Lu Ryua is most likely in this Ancestor Dragon City. As for where Ancestor Dragon City was, Xiao Chen did not ask. He knew nothing about the outside world. Even if he told Xiao Chen, it would be hard for him to understand. Now that he knew the name, he would just ask around in the future. Seniors, Xiao Chen will take his leave first. I will leave the Kunlun Realm's Dragon's Gate to you. Xiao Chen walked to the palace doors and performed a cupped fist salute. The dragon horse Big Brother smiled and said, "Don't worry. I think that Las Mo Chen will be qualified to push open the palace doors soon. The Dragon's Gate's recovery will be faster than you think. Take care on your journey." The group sent off Xiao Chen with their eyes, feeling somewhat regretful in their hearts. Xiao Chen carried their expectations. Only when Xiao Chen became the Dragon Emperor would the Blue Dragon bloodline truly flourish. However, to become the Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen would have to face not only the various demonic geniuses and geniuses of the dragon race, but also the inheritors of the other great desolate 100 races and the many ancient holy lands. The pressure of such competition was much greater than in the Kunlun realm. Once Xiao Chen left this Kunlun realm, he would welcome the entire martial epoch. The abandoned land of the thousands of great realms was not even a drop in the ocean. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Ingzongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the other primes and sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm were waiting. When Xiao Chen's good friends learned that Xiao Chen was coming to challenge the Kunlun Road, they had been waiting for him for a long time to send him off. Come look, the Blue Dragon King is here. As the sun set, a white figure flew towards the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. This was Xiao Chen, who had come out of the Blue Dragon Palace. Little brother Xiao Chen, this Kunlun Road has always been known as the Road to Death. For several tens of thousands of years, No one in the Kunlun realm has dared to challenge it. Today it all depends on you. Ing Zongqin glanced at the people at the side before turning his head to speak to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin took out a jade strip and handed it to Ing Zongtian. This jade strip contains a strand of my will, a tenth of my strength. If I die, this jade strip will shatter. If I do not die, the will in the jade strip will grow stronger as my main body grows stronger. Ing Zongtian put away the jade strip and said, "Take care of yourself. I hope that you can make a trip back while I am alive. Tell Big Brother what the outside world is like." Xiao Qin said seriously, "I definitely will." After a simple exchange with the people he was familiar with, Xiao Qin stepped onto the Kunlun road alone, heading for the unknown world. As the heaven-punishing corpse god watched Xiao Qin's back, he muttered, "I wonder if he can succeed or not. After all, this is the Kunlun road." There were too many legends about the Kunlun road. No matter how strong Xiao Qin was, everyone still worried for him. The Kunlun Palace's palace master said, "Don't worry. It will be much easier for Xiao Qin to clear this Kunlun road than we expected. He has been suppressing his strength all this while. When he reaches the Kunlun road, he will not have to continue suppressing it." When everyone heard this, they were startled. Right now, Xiao Qin's strength was already very horrifying. Unexpectedly, this was still not Xiao Qin's limit. On the mountain path, Xiao Qin, who was about to enter the clouds, suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on Bai, Mo Qin, first senior sister, and Yu Bingyan. "Sorry, I finally have some free time, and now I have to leave alone again." Xiao Qin was not a heartless person. He and Bai had depended on each other for many years, and their relationship was the deepest. First senior sister was the person who took care of him the most since he came to the Kunlun realm. Mo Qin established the Dragon's Gate and helped him the most. Yu Bingyan was someone who had gone through thick and thin with him, a confidant who had gone through life and death with him. Xiao Qin could not bear to part with each of them. He swore to himself that he would return to the Kunlun realm one day, not for himself, but for these people that he could not bear to part with. Chapter 1555. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain towered into the clouds. No one knew what lay beyond the summit. They only knew that it was a path to heaven, a path that led to the outside world, a path to escape this abandoned land. Since ancient times, there had been too many legends about the path to heaven. However, no matter how they spread, there was not much useful information. Xiao Qin's figure entered the clouds, completely vanishing from everyone's sight. The instant he passed through the clouds, Xiao Qin's body felt relaxed for some reason. It was like the restrictions he was born with in his body disappeared. Xiao Qin understood that the heavenly Tao could no longer affect this place. The laws could no longer restrict him. After calming himself, Xiao Qin continued forward. The mountain path was rugged. Slowly, the environment on both sides changed at some point in time. The clouds were no longer there. Both sides were empty. There were many spatial storms in the empty space. When the countless spatial shards blew by, they flew around like shards of glass. As Xiao Qin walked on the mountain path, he felt the might of the spatial shards. He no longer dared to underestimate them, so he carefully avoided these spatial shards. The spatial shards here were on a completely different level from those in the Kunlun realm. The space here was clearly of a higher level. For example, it was like the difference between the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm. This place should be a transition point between the Kunlun realm and the outside world. The space in the outside world should be of a higher level. Earlier, a spatial shard passed by Xiao Qin. He had been somewhat careless. Who could have imagined that it would leave a 1 centimeter deep wound when it passed by him? It was very scary. Xiao Qin looked at the summit. He did not know how long he would have to walk to the peak. Furthermore, he did not dare to fly here. As he walked, the danger of getting cut by the spatial shards would increase. If he were unlucky and got swallowed up by a spatial storm, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine that scene. No wonder this Kunlun Road was also known as a dead end. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Chen walked forward step by step, carefully avoiding the spatial shards. If he could not avoid them, he would use his saber to chop them apart. As the top bladesman of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen's skills with the saber had already reached great heights. Sometimes, when he could not chop the spatial shards apart, he would use force to break them. Oh no! A spatial storm passed above Xiao Chen without any warning. A strong suction pulled his body down. Blue dragon divine wings. Greatly startled, Xiao Chen quickly unfurled his blue dragon divine wings and struggled against the suction of the spatial storm. Xiao Chen's body spun continuously under the spatial storm, unable to control it. In the spatial storm, many spatial shards flew over. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique, the fish dragon art, was very proficient in dodging over a short distance. Otherwise, even if they weren't pulled into the storm, they would be cut into pieces by the spatial fragments. When the spatial storm drifted away from his head, his body landed on the ground. Cassier! It sounded like something had shattered. The startled Xiao Chen looked down and saw a rotting corpse. He did not know how long it had been there. His original sovereign body had already completely decayed, and he crushed it with a single stomp when he landed. Beside his palm, there was a rusty broken knife. "I'm sorry, Senior. It was unintentional," Xiao Chen said softly. This was a senior bladesman whom he had accidentally crushed. For this senior to be able to leave a corpse on the Kunlun Road and not dismembered on the spot, he must have been a famous person in the Kunlun realm. Sighing, Xiao Chen continued on his way. The rest of the road was littered with skeletons. Every short distance they walked, they would see a skeleton. The pressure on the mountain increased. Slowly, it became difficult to even lift one's feet. However, there was still a long distance to the top. Suddenly, he realized that it had been a long time since he had seen any corpses. Xiao Chen came to his senses and stopped in his tracks. Why weren't there any corpses? Clearly, this was a forbidden zone. Most of the people who charged into this place didn't leave behind any corpses. Hu Qi! Suddenly, 3 spatial storms blew over from above. Xiao Chen paled slightly. Before Xiao Chen could react, he was lifted into the air, flying towards the center of the 3 spatial storms. Xiao Chen struggled with all his might. At the same time, he circulated his vital qi. Strands of dragon-shaped energy moved around and gathered into 2 cauldrons. With a loud shout, Xiao Chen punched the air 3 times. Each punch boomed like thunder. He used the huge rebound to push himself back. As for the spatial shards flying over, Xiao Chen simply ignored them. He could only let these blind shards fly past his body. After punching 10 times, Xiao Chen, who had exhausted all his vital qi, finally landed on the ground. Xiao Chen's body was covered in wounds, dripping with blood. His white robes were dyed scarlet. His injuries and fatigue prevented Xiao Chen from continuing forward. He could only stop to rest and recover from his injuries, recuperating his vital qi. Even when resting, Xiao Chen had to be careful. He looked around and paid attention at all times, unable to relax. This was because the spatial storms here did not follow any pattern. It looked like the summit was less than a kilometer away. However, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt that it was a very, very distant place. After that, with every step he took, he would experience 3, even 4 spatial storms. Toward the end, there would be even more terrifying spatial tears. These spatial tears would close instantly. If he was not careful and got pulled in, he did not know when he would come out again. It might be 100 years later, or it might be a lifetime. On this 1-kilometer path, Xiao Chen took 3 steps forward and took 1 step back. He even had to rest midway, walking for more than 40 days. After almost 1.5 months, he finally arrived at the summit. This period of time was truly a nightmare. In the future, Xiao Chun would not want to recall this experience. It was too torturous. Xiao Qin turned his head back and looked at the Kunlun road, entering deep thought. Even Xiao Qin was in such a sorry state. If the primes of the Kunlun realm wanted to take this path, they would die for sure. This path should not be so difficult. It was practically a path of death. Something must have happened, resulting in such difficulty. Perhaps the people of the Black Lotus Church really did something to it. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze. There was no longer any path ahead. He looked up and saw a huge spatial whirlpool in the distant sky. Is this the spatial tunnel to leave the Kunlun realm? Xiao Qin muttered to himself, looking travel-worn as he looked at that spatial whirlpool. Go! Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and did not hesitate to fly towards that spatial whirlpool. At this final step, it was much safer. He did not run into any trouble as he ascended. However, just as Xiao Qin was about to reach the spatial whirlpool, something strange happened. Black lotus flowers flew out of the spatial whirlpool and quickly formed a huge hand that smashed at Xiao Qin. A strong force gathered in the palm. When the pressure pressed down, Xiao Qin felt like he was suffocating. Sharp spirit finger. With this finger, Xiao Qin retreated quickly. Then, cracks appeared in that huge black palm. The cracks quickly mended, but the palm continued to descend on him, wanting to squash him to death. Flawless saber technique, cloud reaching stance. Xiao Qin did not hesitate to execute the flawless saber technique's cloud reaching stance. Lofty aspirations surged in Xiao Qin's chest. His blood surged as he soared into the sky. Cassier! The saber struck that huge palm, and cracks spread out again. Ice blood lightning dragon! Ice attributed and lightning attributed energies merged in Xiao Qin's left palm. A drop of blood dripped from his palm, and a berserk tricolor dragon appeared. Then the wind blew, and the huge palm ferociously smashed into it. After a series of strikes, the huge black palm suddenly scattered, turning into many lotus flowers drifting in the air. Xiao Qin's heart sank. To think that the lotus flowers were not destroyed and still showed signs of regathering. However, the speed of regathering was extremely slow. Xiao Qin thought to himself, indeed, the Black Lotus Church did something. Aside from me, no one in the Kunlun realm can block that earlier strike. Xiao Qin wanted to completely destroy these lotus flowers. However, after trying a few times, he discovered that after the lotus flowers shattered, they would still split into countless lotus flowers. This was very similar to the thunder hell that the Thunder King once executed when he possessed the demonic god. This would only slow down the speed of the black lotus flowers regathering. It would not be of much use. Never mind. I'll enter the spatial whirlpool first. Xiao Qin shook his head and chose to give up. Then his figure flashed into the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 1556. As his body entered the spatial whirlpool, Xiao Qin looked forward. There was only one path in the whirlpool. At the end of the tunnel, a faint light could be seen. After testing it out, Xiao Qin discovered that it was very easy to move forward. However, when he moved backward, it felt like the entire world was moving backward. He had only experienced this feeling when he was reversing time and space. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. No wonder people said that it was much more difficult for the people of the outside world to enter than for the people of the Kunlun realm to leave. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm only had to deal with those spatial shards and spatial storms. To the experts of the outside world, their realms far surpassed that of a supreme being, so they did not fear the spatial storms at all. However, every step they took in the passageway of the spatial vortex was equivalent to reversing time and space. Although the passageway was not long, it was enough to make one suffer. Furthermore, according to the old dragon horse, the stronger one was, the greater the obstacles one would encounter. Xiao Chen was a little worried about what he would do when he returned in the future. However, at this point, it was useless to think about these things. He could only shake his head and brace himself to move forward. Fortunately, the Black Lotus Church did not follow up on this spatial passageway. It would be extremely difficult for the other party to tamper with this spatial passageway. The moment Xiao Chen stepped out of the spatial vortex, he looked back and discovered the place he had come from. It was a black whirlpool. The entrance of the whirlpool was like the mouth of a monster. Xiao Chen looked around. This place was the resplendent starry heavens, boundless and boundless. He did not see the Kunlun continent. Xiao Chen thought for a while. It looked like the Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this universe, truly an abandoned land. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chen found that this starry heavens was very different from the Kunlun realms. Firstly, the level of space was different. Here, one would not be as free as in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. He had to constantly consume true essence to maintain himself in the starry sky and not drift away. The spatial pressure was immense, and his speed and strength were greatly restricted. Xiao Chen flipped his hand, and the cycle throne appeared. Then he gently landed and sat on it. 7 divine weapons appeared, each guarding a direction, forming a simple formation. Kicking Xiao Chen, he resisted the pressure from the starry sky. Sitting on the throne, Xiao Chen began to study the book of the epics that the azure-clothed man had left him. He had to understand the outside world as soon as possible. Book of the Epics, the end of the Great Desolate Era. The Great Desolate Continent shattered into countless fragments, and the world entered the Epic Era. The first sentence introduced the origin of the epic, and it immediately drew Xiao Chen's attention. There was a lot of novel knowledge that Xiao Chen had never come into contact with before. It broadened his horizons and allowed him to have a new understanding of the universe. In the beginning, the universe was chaotic. There was no heaven and earth. Only then did the heavens and earth split apart, and only then did the boundless, great wasteland continent come into existence. It was a post-mythological era where all the races fought for supremacy, and the descendants of the gods and devils appeared. That era was too far away. Only the most ancient records of the 10,000 races in the untainted land had records of that era. As for the chaotic era, that was even more distant. The great desolate continent shattered into pieces. Even the smallest piece was half the size of the Kunlun continent. The billions of pieces formed countless worlds of various sizes. Thousands of worlds formed the epic era that followed. The epic era had risen and fallen for many epochs. After the immortal epoch came the current martial epoch. With the birth of the new epoch, the lands of the old epoch would be excluded from the new epoch, becoming abandoned lands. 3 days later, Xiao Chen finally finished reading the book of the epics. Xiao Chen let out a long sigh. The Kunlun realm was just a drop in the ocean of this entire world. The outside world was much larger than Xiao Chen had imagined, somewhat surpassing his expectations. He now had a certain understanding of the current martial epoch. After the veritable personage realm, there was the primal core realm, the cloud sea realm, the divine vein realm, the faux god realm, and the true god realm. Before the veritable personage realm were the ordinary realm and the innate realm. In the vast sea of people, there were probably billions of people cultivating in the martial epoch. However, most people would remain in the ordinary realm their entire lives. With some talent, they would advance to the innate realm. Only after becoming a connate life form and passing through the 9 heavens of connate could one be called a perfected being. For example, Xiao Chen had broken through to the enlightened being realm in his 30s. Even in most places in the outside world, he could be considered an outstanding talent. However, the Book of the Epics also recorded that the cultivators with the great desolate Ian bloodline had mostly reached the peak of the veritable personage realm at his age. Among them, there were many with outstanding talents who broke through to the perfected being realm. His talent was not bad, but the resources in the land of exile could not be compared to those in the outside world. His years of experience and combat experience were incomparable to the geniuses in the outside world. It couldn't be said that they were truly weaker than each other. Xiao Chun thought to himself, I need to find baleful Yin energy quickly and advance to the Yin essence stage. After the Yin essence stage, there was the Yang essence stage. When the three essences merged to form the primal core, one could break through from the veritable personage stage to the primal core stage. In the Book of the Epics, Shao Qin had seen a rough star map left behind by the azure-clothed man. Roaming the starry sky without a star map was equivalent to courting death. Not only were there all sorts of astral beasts in the starry sky, but there were also many astral pirates. More importantly, if a cultivator wanted to move freely in the starry sky, they needed the strength of a primal core realm cultivator. A veritable personage would barely be able to roam the starry sky, but they would not be able to remain in the starry sky for long. The expenditure of veritable essence energy would be too much. Shao Chen recalled the information he saw on the star map. The land of exile, the Kunlun realm, was near the profound light, great realm. As for the profound light, great realm, it was in the purple sun region. There were at least 1,000 existences similar to the profound light, great realm in the purple sun region. Shao Chen needed to make a trip to the profound light, great realm first. Firstly, he could scout out the situation there. Secondly, he could search for or purchase some baleful Yin energy. Whoosh! With a thought, Shao Chen used the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to drive the cycle throne to the profound light, great realm. The air resistance in the starry sky was very low, allowing one to fly very fast. However, the air here was thin, and the pressure and light were extraordinary. If one was not careful, one might die. Those with lower cultivations than those who had not broken through to the veritable personage realm would not be able to survive in the starry sky. Originally, Shao Chen would find it hard to fly for long in the starry sky. Fortunately, he had the cycle throne, which he could drive with magic energy, saving him a large amount of veritable essence energy. Qi. After flying for millions of kilometers, Shao Chen passed by an asteroid belt, and strange sounds came from there. There are many astral beasts in the starry sky. These astral beasts are extremely hard to deal with, and some are extremely strong. This was Shao Chen's first time roaming the starry sky, so he raised his guard. Normally, he would not pass by such complicated environments. Instead, he would go around them. However, this time, it seemed like he could not avoid them. Suddenly, several black bats flew out of the asteroid belt. They were all huge, looking like strange beasts. Due to the low air resistance in the starry sky, these huge bats moved extremely fast. Furthermore, these bats had strong auras. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary astral beasts. Every bat should have the strength of a veritable essence stage cultivator. Shao Qin did not panic. He remained calm, wanting to test the combat prowess of these huge bats. Kill! Pride of the seven divine weapons tore through the air. A saber light flashed, and a huge bat that bore the brunt of the attack got chopped in half. The saber light contained great Tao energy, making it easy to kill. Clang! Pride returned, leaving behind the corpses of several huge bats in the starry sky. Shao Qin entered deep thought as he wrapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. It looks like my combat prowess is completely unrivaled in the veritable essence stage. I think that not many can comprehend great Tao energy in this cultivation realm. With the support of great Tao energy, Shao Chen's strength surpassed that of an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. Unfortunately, I did not run into any in essence stage astral beasts, so I cannot test out my true limits. Just at this moment, something strange happened. All of a sudden, a flock of giant bats flew out of the asteroid belt. Some of them had golden patterns on their bodies. When Shao Chen checked, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were at least in essence staged giant bats. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Flee! Without even thinking, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up. The throne merged with his white robes as he quickly flew away. Chapter 1557. With so many giant bats, Xiao Chen could not deal with them all. Furthermore, there were a few leaders among them. This made things even more difficult. Running was the best option. However, Xiao Chen's speed was much slower than that of these ferocious beasts that grew up in the starry heavens. Their bodies needed to adapt to the environment of the starry heavens. Furthermore, the school bus had just arrived and was not used to the complicated environment of the starry heavens. Soon, a swarm of giant bats surrounded Xiao Chen. When they got closer, Xiao Chen discovered that these giant bats were nearly 10 meters long. They had sharp beaks and huge wings. The scariest thing were their claws. They were incredibly sharp and flickered with a cold light. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, these giant bats let out sharp cries at the same time. The cries were ear-piercing and unpleasant, penetrating into the depths of one's mind. Sound wave attacks. Xiao Chen's face sank. The sound wave attacks of these giant bats were not simple. They were all infused with mental energy. Most importantly, he was in the middle of the encirclement, so the giant bat's sound waves were all focused on him. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. If he was not careful, he might end up an idiot, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Dragon Tone Art. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen decisively executed the Dragon Tone Art. A purple whirlpool gathered in his chest. A huge dragon image coiled above his head. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which far surpassed that of a regular person's, erupted with this roar. Not only did the giant bats fail to injure Xiao Chen, but they were also severely injured by the rebound of the dragon roar. It was no longer possible for the giant bats to attack Xiao Chen with sound waves. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chen looked around the encirclement and fixed his gaze on a giant bat with a golden line on its back. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader. Even if this group of giant bats wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Chen, they did not have the courage to do so. Whoosh! After making up his mind, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the fish dragon art and charged forward. The giant bats that pounced at him along the way were all easily dodged, leaving only broken after images. Chi! Suddenly, a gust of wind flashed in front of him. The wind was as sharp as a knife, and it scratched Xiao Chen's cheeks, leaving 2 bloody marks. Retreat! Bewildered, Xiao Chen quickly retreated. Only then did he realize that the golden-edged bat had flown over his head. What a close shave! If he hadn't dodged in time, his head would have been crushed on the spot. Just thinking about the giant bat's golden claws, which flickered with a faint light and overflowed with cold light, made one shudder. However, this also firmed up Xiao Chen's decision to kill this golden-edged bat first. After a few rounds with this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen actually suffered a small loss. He couldn't help but shout, "Saber!" The 7 divine weapons merged together. Xiao Chen grasped the scabbard. He did not want to end up in a battle to the death, so he executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and he felt intense pain. Then he quickly hacked out with the divine weapon. Cassie! Who could have imagined that the golden-edged bat's claws would firmly grab the saber in the time it took for a spark to fly? What great vital chi! Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he failed to draw his saber. The golden-edged bat flapped its wings, and its sharp teeth flew toward Xiao Chen, forcing him to abandon his saber. Just at this crucial moment, the golden-edged bat suddenly lost all signs of life. Xiao Chen's heartbreaking stance ignored defense, directly attacking the target's heart. At this moment, the golden-edged bat's heart shattered, dying on the spot. Kasie! A saber light flashed. Xiao Chen drew his divine weapon and chopped off the golden-edged bat's golden claws. When looking at the cold, golden light and sharp claws, even a fool would know that these were good items. After killing this golden-edged bat, Xiao Chen did not linger. This group of astral beasts was harder to deal with than he had imagined. If there was no need, he would not linger. Look, there is a person being chased by a group of demon-tone bats. So, it is a veritable essence stage rookie. No wonder he offended the demon-tone bats. When such astral beasts work together, even peak primal core realm experts would have to retreat. The demon-tone bats are one of the overlords of this area. This person is dead for sure. Should we save him? What's there to save? Firstly, he does not have the emblem of a sect. Secondly, he has no experience. With one look, we can tell that he is an unreliable loose cultivator. As Xiao Chen retreated, a fortress ship passed in front of him. A group of people on the ship watched the scene of him being chased. When Xiao Chen looked over, he felt somewhat startled. This fortress ship was very fast. This should be an astral ship, specially made for traveling in the starry heavens. It should have formations that could adapt to the starry heavens. Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of this in the Book of the Epics. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a strong aura swept over Xiao Chen. A primal core realm expert. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling bewildered, a cold snort rang out by his ear. Scram, further away. Don't lead the demon-tone bats in our direction. Otherwise, this old man will take your life. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a blue-clad old man at the top of the fortress ship looking at him coldly. It turned out that Xiao Chen was heading to the profound light world. The direction he was retreating in happened to be the same as this fortress ship. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to bother with this person, so he did not bother explaining. However, he still had to be wary of this person's strength. Xiao Chen lowered his speed. After all, it was not like he could not deal with the demon-tone bats behind him. It would just be more troublesome. On the fortress ship, a man and a woman stood behind the blue-clad old man. The man was handsome, but his lips were rather thin, and he looked somewhat fickle. The woman had some baby fat on her face, but her facial features were delicate. While she was not very pretty, she was very likable. Master, that person does not look like a bad person. We can save him, the woman whispered as she looked into the distance at Xiao Chen, who was slowly disappearing from her vision. The young man smiled and said, Junior sister, you are too young. With one look, it is clear that this person is deliberately leading the demon-tone bats in our direction. If we save him, we will fall into his trap. Then, we will take the opportunity to leave. If he is more malicious, he might even take advantage of the situation to rob us. But Master, how can a primal core realm expert fear a veritable essence stage cultivator? The woman argued, but she did not have much confidence. The blue-clad old man sighed and said, your senior brother is right. At such a time, it is better to avoid trouble. With your character, I am really worried about how you will compete with others when you go to profound Een Island. Master, don't worry. Luo Nan will definitely protect Junior sister well. The young man immediately stepped forward and expressed his stance. However, the blue-clad old man shook his head and did not say anything. If you go to profound Een Island, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Why the need to boast? The blue-clad old man did not think much of these two disciples. One was strong but soft-hearted. The other was biting off more than he could chew and was too arrogant. However, it was good for him to temper himself. The competition within the sect was still gentler. Outside the sect, suffering a little was good, tempering his character. 3 days later, the blue-clad old man delayed Xiao Chen for a while, so he simply stopped fleeing. He fought as he retreated, tempering his combat experience in the starry heavens and adapting to the environment of the starry heavens, as well as the higher-level space of this great world. By relying on the fish dragon art, Xiao Chen could make thousands of changes in an instant, moving like a fish in water. Xiao Chen killed the 3 leaders of the demon-tone bats, one after another. Not a single one of the ordinary demon-tone bats managed to escape. The vast magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness turned into mental energy, which he sent out through the dragon tone art. This allowed him to not fear the demon tone bats, killing sonic attacks. As Xiao Chen recuperated on the cycle throne, he thought about his war trophies. There were many pairs of demon tone bat claws. There were even 4 pairs of golden claws, the claws of the demon tone bat leaders. These claws were tougher and sharper, like divine materials. More accurately, they were of a higher quality than the divine materials of the Kunlun realm. Based on that primal core expert's tone, he seemed to fear these demon tone bats. Even primal core experts fear these demon tone bats. It seems like I can make use of them. When Xiao Chen thought of an idea, he took out a carving knife and a pair of demon tone bat claws. Then he slowly started carving. After another 7 days, Xiao Chen recovered to his peak state. He frowned slightly as he was carving the demon tone bats and stopped what he was doing. A gentle breeze blew in front, and the 7 divine weapons protecting the throne buzzed and trembled. This aura, there are primal core cultivators fighting in the distance. Xiao Chen stood up and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. The heavenly eye flew out and hovered in the air, watching from afar. After a while, when Xiao Chen saw the situation of the battle, his lips curled up in a smile. It was a small world. The fortress ship from 10 days ago ran into astral starry heavens pirates. Chapter 1558. With the observation of the heavenly eye, Xiao Chen could see every movement in the distance. There was a smaller pirate ship in front of the ship that the blue-clad old man was on, but it was even faster. The bow of the ship rose, and a black scimitar banner hung on it. The entire ship was covered in sharp edges. This was especially so for the bow, which was as sharp as a knife. Although this ship was small, it was much faster than the other ship. It was also nimble. No matter how the other ship changed directions, the other ship could not shake off the pirate ship. The other ship was even forced to keep kicking back. Clearly, the 2 had been fighting for a long time already. Only then did Xiao Chen catch up. Otherwise, given Xiao Chen's speed, he would not have been able to catch up to the blue-clad old man's ship. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the pirate ship, revealing a fervent expression. "Master, is there any way to deal with this black scimitar pirate group? We have already been hiding for 2 days, but we still cannot avoid them," the young disciple Luo Nan asked with a somewhat grave expression beside the blue-clad old man. The Black Scimitar Pirate Group was one of the 10 strongest pirate groups in the nearby Starry Domain. The blue-clad old man said, "I'll go and talk to them." Brothers of the Black Scimitar Pirate Group, this old man is a 2nd-generation elder of the Tianyi sect. Can you give the Tianyi sect some face and not make things difficult for us? Otherwise, our Tianyi sect is not that easy to bully. The Tianyi sect was one of the stronger sects in the vicinity. The sect had a spirit light venerate who surpassed the core cloud realm, holding down the fort. However, it was not a local sect of the profound light great realm. Although the Tianyi sect was rather far away, it still had some prestige. If the Tianyi sect was smart, this pirate group would probably give it some face. Ha ha ha. This old man is not blind. I saw your Tianyi sect's banner long ago. Cut the crap. If you want to pass through here, hand over 100,000 spirit jades. Otherwise, this old man will have to go far away. A black-clad man, holding a scimitar, laughed maniacally on the pirate ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30-odd people charged out from behind this black-clad man. All of them were at least veritable essence stage. Many of them were at the Yin essence stage or Yang essence stage. There was even one person who had reached the half-step primal core realm. The veritable personage realm consisted of 3 stages: veritable essence stage, Yin essence stage, and Yang essence stage. The strength of the pirates on this pirate ship could be considered quite elite, comparable to some small sections. This was especially so for the black-clad man. He was at least a late-stage minor primal core realm cultivator. 100,000 spiritual jades? You must be a maple, right? Let me tell you, it's impossible. A trace of killing chi flashed on the blue-clad old man's face. He said sullenly, "Just a mere pirate, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Ha ha ha. Then let's cut the crap and kill all of them." The pirate leader revealed a sinister smile and shouted. The pirates on the pirate ship laughed strangely and charged out. All of a sudden, the cultivators of both sides quickly exchanged blows in the air. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao Chen withdrew the heavenly eye and revealed a doubtful expression. This pirate leader seemed to have another purpose. It didn't seem like a robbery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with an unacceptable price. I don't care about that. The grudges between the 2 sides have nothing to do with me. It's that pirate ship. Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea. When he saw the speed of the ship earlier, he was already somewhat envious. Then he thought about how his cycle throne was like a tortoise compared to that ship. Compared to that pirate ship, it was like a snail. The core of an astral warship is the formation, followed by the warship materials. If I can obtain the formation and modify the cycle throne, is there a chance? Opportunities came from fighting. If one fought, there would be. If one did not fight, there would be no chance at all. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Then he quickly headed for the place where the 2 sides fought. At the place where the battle was taking place, both sides were somewhat anxious. On the whole, the Black Scimitar pirate group held the advantage. Furthermore, their numbers were continuously expanding. The blue-clad old man was very strong, practically suppressing the pirate leader. His combat style was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely experienced. However, the situation of the disciples on the ship was somewhat unsightly. It was simply a one-sided massacre. They cried out miserably whenever they felt any pain. As for those pirates, they laughed strangely. These people, who kept their heads turned around, had a frighteningly ruthless combat style. The more injured they were, the stronger their baleful auras became. Fortunately, the 2 disciples of the blue-clad old man held on to the ship's side. Otherwise, they would not be completely defeated. Xiao Chen glanced at the situation of the battle. Then, his gaze fell on the pirate ship. "Senior brother, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats?" The girl named Fei exclaimed when she saw Xiao Chen's figure. Her eyes lit up. "Junior sister, look. Isn't that the white-clad bladesman being chased by the demon-tone bats?" The thin-lipped man did not believe it. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's figure, he was somewhat stunned, nearly getting injured by the pirates. Damn, am I seeing things? To think that he is still alive after being chased by the demon-tone bats. Even primal core realm cultivators cannot endure the sonic attacks of the demon-tone bats. They will end up hallucinating and severely injure their mental energy. The blue-clad old man, who was fighting with the pirate leader, also saw Xiao Chen. Hope immediately ignited in this experienced old man. A person who could escape from the demon-tone bats was definitely not simple. Perhaps he could tip the balance. "Young hero, will you lend us a hand? Our Tiani sect will definitely thank you heavily in the future." The blue-clad old man had completely forgotten that he had misunderstood Xiao Chen and told him to scram far away. Xiao Chen did not care about the blue-clad old man, continuing to fly forward as if he did not hear what the old man said at all. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. To think that you treat a veritable essence stage bladesman as a treasure. However, what's more interesting is that he did not abandon you. Ha ha ha." When the black-clad man saw the situation, he started laughing loudly. However, The black-clad man only laughed halfway before he could continue. Xiao Qin flew straight towards his pirate ship. Damn it! How dare he target my precious ship? Quickly, go and get a few brothers to chop him up. He is just an insignificant, veritable essence, stage bladesman. Is he tired of living? Immediately, 3 of the pirates fighting on the ship heard their leader's orders. Then, they immediately flew out and chased after Xiao Qin. The blue-clad old man revealed a confused look in his eyes. He could not figure out Xiao Qin's intentions. What is he doing? Going to the pirate ship? Isn't that just sending himself to death? There were still experts stationed on the pirate ship. Brat, stop right there. Of the 3 pirates chasing Xiao Qin, the one who specialized in speed was the first to charge over. Then he quickly hacked down with his saber. Cassier! When the saber light landed, Xiao Qin shattered into pieces. Before this pirate could rejoice, he discovered that he had struck only an afterimage. What fast speed! The 3 pirates were startled, their hearts thumping wildly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin dodged the saber strike so calmly. The pirate whose saber light missed looked at the shattered afterimages in front and was stunned for a moment. Die! Suddenly, a figure charged out of the shattered afterimages in the air. This figure was like a sharp saber, giving off an unparalleled sharpness. Before this pirate could react, he got punched. 2 cauldron force, together with the great Dao might, instantly exploded. The pirate corpse was covered in shattered bones, turning into a clump of blood mist. In essence, stage cultivator. It seems like he is not much. Xiao Qin muttered to himself as he withdrew his fist light. Right now, Xiao Qin urgently needed to figure out his strength. However, this was clearly not the time yet. Old 7. The 2 pirates behind were greatly startled. They could not accept this. Old 7 died just like that. Xiao Qin glanced over indifferently. However, he did not care so much. He gently waved his sleeves. And somersaulted in the air, spreading his arms and continuing to fly towards the pirate ship. This scene shocked many of the people present. No one had expected this white-robed bladesman to kill an essence stage cultivator so easily. Senior brother, he does not seem to be an ordinary veritable essence stage cultivator. A bright light flashed in Fei Er's eyes as she exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Perhaps he can help us." Stop dreaming. No matter what, he is still a veritable essence stage loose cultivator. If you go to the pirate ship, there is a half-step primal core expert guarding it. You will die for sure. However, he can indeed help us attract some islands. Luo Nan said indifferently, not showing any emotion. Xiao Qin easily dodged the attacks of the 2 pirates. Soon, he landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Boom! The 2 pirates behind panted slightly as they landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then they shielded Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up as he looked at the skinny bladesman on the left. He said, "A young essence stage cultivator. Not bad. I can feel baleful young energy in your body. You are really not afraid of death. You do not show any fear when you see the 2 of us." The skinny man emphasized his words as he looked at Xiao Qin with a surging murderous intent. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly. "The 2 of you? You have the strength, but your aura is not enough to scare me." Right after Xiao Qin spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged out from his body. During his 20-odd years in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Qin had experienced many trials and tribulations. The so-called aura was a reflection of a person's experience and mental state. Xiao Qin's mental state was far from what the 2 before him could compare to. As for experience, Xiao Qin was a legend in the Kunlun realm. How could these 2 weaklings compare to him? The moment Xiao Qin's strong aura appeared, the invisible aura put immense pressure on the 2 pirates. forcing them to take a few steps back involuntarily. Xiao Chun revealed a mocking smile as he said coldly, "You are full of openings. No matter how high your cultivation is, it is useless." Chapter 1559. For a person to have a strong aura, they either had a truly noble background or had experienced the vicissitudes of life amidst a storm of blood, experiencing all sorts of joys and sorrows, becoming a legend. Clearly, Xiao Chun was the latter. Such an aura was even more oppressive than that of those with noble backgrounds. The two black scimitar pirate group members standing in front of Xiao Chun trembled slightly. The pressure they felt was even greater than when they faced their boss. "Stop trying to mystify us, you insignificant veritable essence, stage, blades man." The young essence stage pirate on the left suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted ferociously. Then he drummed up his courage and charged at Xiao Chun. "Do you think that bluffing and deceiving others and yourself can boost your courage?" Xiao Chun revealed a disdainful smile. The other party attacked like the wind, possessing a strong aura. However, the other party's footsteps were messy, his expression nervous, and his heart flustered. If Xiao Chun stood still, there would be fewer openings. If he moved, there would be more openings. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the other party's saber light was about to chop down. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage on the ground. In the next moment, a leg appeared. Xiao Chun's foot moved past the other party and accurately kicked the other party's chin, finding many openings in his saber move. "Cassier!" The pirate flew into the air. When he landed, he sprawled on the ground and twitched continuously. However, he did not get up again. The remaining essence stage pirate was frightened silly. He actually fled, no longer daring to block Xiao Chun's path. Naturally, there was no need to bother with these so-called nobodies. Although these pirates had pretty good cultivations, their mental states were far inferior to Xiao Chun's. It was like a beggar meeting the crown prince of a dynasty. No matter how strong the beggar was, he would be intimidated by the latter's aura and become fearful. Xiao Chun kicked open the ship's door and walked in without hesitation. He entered. This white-robed bladesman charged into the black scimitar pirate group ship. How can this be? How can this veritable essence stage fellow be so heaven-defying? Such a scene shocked not only the Tanny sect disciples. Even the group of pirates was incredibly shocked, wondering if they were seeing things. Fate smiled and said, "Senior brother, like I said, this white-robed bladesman is not simple. Look, he has already entered the hold." Luo Nan thought to himself, if it were me, I could deal with these 3 pirates. However, it would be hard to say if they wanted to be as relaxed as Xiao Chun. Humph, he is seeking death. There will definitely be half-step primal core experts guarding the control room of the warship. Bunch of trash. You cannot even block an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. A bunch of trash. You can't even block an insignificant veritable essence stage bladesman. How dare you? The pirate leader, who was currently fighting with the blue-clad old man, was so angered that his entire body trembled. He wished that he could personally go over and kill Xiao Chun. Xiao's spirit of a fighting he, and said he and he won, and he of blood and of. Old ghost, don't be too pleased with yourself. My second brother is guarding the ship. He's seeking his own death. I don't need to send more people. The black-clothed man was in a bad mood and said with resentment. At this moment, the situation was delicate, no longer like before. The blue-clad old man said sullenly, "In that case, let's see if your subordinates kill my disciples faster, or if I defeat you faster." As long as either side ended the battle, the victor would immediately be decided. Now that the 3 pirates were gone, the pressure on the Tanny sect's disciples was much more relaxed. Most importantly, Luo Nan and Fei these 2 outstanding talents of the Tanny sect. were far stronger than those of the same cultivation realm. After familiarizing himself with the pirate's fighting style, his true strength was slowly being unleashed. The internal structure of the pirate society was unique. More than 10 rooms of different sizes with various purposes were created. Xiao Chen headed straight for the core control room. His spiritual consciousness had already sensed that there was a half-step core cloud realm cultivator in the control room. The dragon blood soul, breaking finger, silently accumulated power as he hurried along. Xiao Qin was not prepared to clash with a half-step primal core realm expert. This was not the time, either. Killing in one strike and then quickly obtaining the core formation was the way to go. Kassier, Xiao Chun kicked open the doors to the control room. A rather young, middle-aged man in the room looked at Xiao Chen coldly. The youths these days are getting bolder. To think that an insignificant, veritable essence stage cultivator dares to target our black scimitar pirate ship. The middle-aged man shouted ferociously. Then he waved his hand and charged at Xiao Qin. Baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy slowly flowed around his palm, forming a subtle balance. His body also entered a certain balance, becoming compatible with the world. When the middle-aged man leaped up, the entire space moved with him, putting immense pressure on Xiao Qin. Whoosh! The middle-aged man moved very fast, not intending to give Xiao Qin any time to catch his breath, preparing to court death. However, a finger stretched out in the time it took for a spark to fly. A scarlet light flickered on the fingertip. A Soul Dao martial technique. Panic flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He wanted to retreat quickly, but he was already very fast in the first place. Retreating was easier said than done. Xiao Qin only stretched out his finger and tapped the middle-aged man's forehead. It looked like the middle-aged man offered himself up. The eyes of the second-in-command of the pirate group slowly dimmed. His soul was severely injured. To think that he did not die on the spot. The soul of a half-step primal core realm expert was extraordinarily resilient. Startled, Xiao Chun lowered his arm and clenched his palm into a fist. Then he punched the second-in-command's Dantian with 2 cauldron force. Bang! A hole appeared in the roof of the control room. The second-in-command vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Second brother, the pirate leader who was fighting with the blue-clad old man, happened to see this scene. When he saw his second brother get knocked back, he showed no signs of life. The pirate leader immediately went berserk, utterly enraged. How can this be? My second brother is a half-step primal core realm cultivator. He cannot do anything to an insignificant, veritable essence stage bladesman. Return to the ship. All of you, return to the ship and kill that brat. The black-clad man was no longer in the mood to continue fighting. He called out, and the pirates on the ship scattered back to their pirate ships. A light flickered in the blue-clad old man's eyes. Actually, he could have kept the pirate leader here. However, the experienced and astute him chose to give up. Master, a half-step primal core realm expert, died on the pirate side. Let's call second martial uncle out and kill all these pirates. There was also a half-step primal core realm expert guarding the control room on the ship. Luo Nand immediately suggested after he arrived beside the blue-clad old man. Master, let's make a move. If we still don't, that white-clad bladesman who saved us will die. The blue-clad old man's expression did not change. He ignored Luo Nan's impulse and Fei Er's anxiety. He said indifferently, "It is not time yet. I need to watch first." Inside the control room, Xiao Chen knew everything that happened outside like the back of his hand. Life bestowal spell. With a soft cry, many demon tone bat sculptures flew out of the control room. There were more than 20 of them. Finally, there was even a golden demon tone bat. Boss, it's the demon tone bats. There are so many demon tone bats. There are even chief-level demon tone bats. When the pirates who just landed on the ship saw a group of demon-tone bats suddenly fly out, they were all frightened silly and retreated in a fluster. A few pirates were too slow. The demon-tone bats' sharp claws dug deep into their chests, breaking a few ribs on the spot. Blood spurted out, and the pirates were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Chee! Chee! The golden demon-tone bat appeared, and its sharp claws dug deep into the roof of the pirate ship. The other demon-tone bats stood in a row around it, squeaking strangely. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the enraged, black-clad man, his heart instantly turning cold. Demon-tone bats. Damn it! Since when did my pirate ship become a bat nest? A strange look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. At this moment, he finally made a move, charging out with a half-step Primal Core Realm expert and a Chani sect disciple. The blue-clad old man spoke, righteously, appearing very righteous. He shouted, "Black Scimitar, today is the day you pirates die." Chapter 1560. In the core control room of the pirate ship, Xiao Chen forcefully pried open the deck, and the starship's formation appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen was immediately dazzled, unable to take it all in. The formation below the deck flickered with light. The formation was no more than 100 meters wide. It actually had more than 10,000 nodes. There were other formations within the formation, all interconnected, formations within formations. Every node had a spirit jade in it. The pirate ship did not look very big. At the core of the formation, there was an exquisitely shaped formation plate engraved with complicated patterns. This formation plate was definitely the work of a grandmaster. Activating it would require a significant amount of resources, a total of 10,000 spirit jades. Who knew how long it would last? I miscalculated. I should not have blasted that fellow to death. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This formation was very complicated. He could not figure it out immediately. It would be great if Imochen were here. Given her attainments in formations, she would be able to figure it out with a few glances. However, there should be a formation diagram in this control room. Such a complicated formation would be very troublesome to repair. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin with his right hand. His gaze swept across the control room, searching for the hidden mechanism or the hidden interlayer. After a while, Xiao Chen discovered something. He found a wooden box in a secret compartment under the control panel. After opening it, there were 3 formation diagrams and a detailed star chart. The star chart included not only the purple sun region, but also the nearby astral domains. Good stuff. The star chart that Big Brother Long gave me is already very old. This star chart is really perfect. Xiao Chen studied it and was surprised to discover that this star chart had markings of the nearby trade routes. There were also records of the valuable stars, remnants, and resources on the stars. It truly lives up to being a star chart used by pirates. It is really detailed. Now it is mine. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and placed it in his universe ring. Then he looked at the formation diagram. It was indeed complicated. Every formation diagram was folded, and there were a total of 3. After putting away the formation diagram, Xiao Chen sized up the formation below. Then he took out the formation plate. Immediately, the flickering light disappeared, and the formation came to a stop. It is indeed a good item. Just the materials alone are extraordinary, Xiao Chen commented bluntly as he held the array plate and sensed it. Next up was the spirit jades on the nodes. 10,000 spirit jades was not a small sum. Although Xiao Chen had 2 million spirit jades on him, such things did not appear to be a lot. Boss, something happened to our ship. The pirates fighting the Chani sect were greatly startled as they spoke in a fluster. The pirate ship's spirituality had completely disappeared, and some of the glowing water chestnuts had stopped flashing. The entire ship shook violently in the starry sky. My ship! The pirate leader's lungs were about to explode. The Black Scimitar pirate group, which ran amok in this region, actually had their ship hijacked. This would definitely become the greatest joke among their peers. However, they could only watch helplessly as the demon-toned bats guarded the ship's hold. Although these pirates were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Furthermore, there was still the Tiani sect's large-scale counterattack. This group of pirates could neither advance nor retreat. All sorts of loud sounds came from the ship's hold. The strong pirate ship shook continuously in the starry sky. No one knew what was happening inside. However, no one knew that it was definitely not a good thing. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry." The black-clad man was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. His movements were disrupted, and several wounds appeared on his body. The pirates' morale plummeted, and they persisted bitterly, losing their initial ferocity. Following a loud explosion, the hull of the ship collapsed, and the deck began to peel off non-stop. The perfectly fine pirate ship became bare, leaving only the outline of the ship's skeleton. Pussy! When the black-clad man saw his treasured ship in such a state, he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He finally understood what Xiao Chen was doing. Xiao Chen was using brute force to tear apart the valuable parts of his ship piece by piece. Now, Xiao Chen met with someone even more ruthless than him. "Brat, I, Hu Fei, will not share the same sky with you." During the intense battle, the pirate leader took some time to glance at Xiao Chen. Then he became so angry that his entire body trembled. Xiao Chen did not hear what the pirate leader said at all. He held his chin and looked at the skeleton that made up the ship. Suddenly, the pirate leader's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and reached out to touch a branch. That was the backbone of the entire ship, the most important support point. How many resources had been expended to forge this skeleton? The pirate leader knew this the best. Crack! Xiao Chen pulled hard, and the entire ship's skeleton shattered, instantly falling apart. Xiao Chen tore apart a perfectly good ship, just like that. "You!" Before the pirate leader finished speaking, the blue-clad old man took advantage of this opportunity to strike the pirate leader's chest. The pirate leader sent the blue-clad old man flying. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said in a trembling voice, "You are ruthless. You are ruthless." Since the situation was already over, the pirate leader did not dare to linger. The surviving pirates scattered in all directions, fleeing miserably in the starry heavens. After chasing away the pirates, the many Tiani sect disciples and the two elders looked at Xiao Chen in silence, deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine that this white-clad bladesman before them forcefully tore apart the Black Scimitar pirate group's pirate ship. "Senior brother, should we take him down? He should have the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. If we refine the many parts of the pirate ship, they will be invaluable divine materials." The half-step primal core realm old man beside the blue-clad old man sent a voice projection as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't get anxious. I originally wanted to let those pirates go back and deal with him. Who knew? A group of demon-toned bats flew out. This fellow is somewhat strange." The blue-clad old man's eyes flickered. After a while, he arrived before Xiao Chen with a wide smile. "I really have to thank you for allowing the Tiani sect to escape danger this time. Would you like to come to my Tiani sect ship and have a chat?" The blue-clad old man asked very enthusiastically. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart as he carefully put away the bone structure in his hand. Xiao Chen intended to use the pirate ship's formation to upgrade the cycle throne. He came up with the idea on the spur of the moment and dismantled the entire pirate ship. Unexpectedly, the harvest was bountiful, far surpassing his expectations. As for this old man before him, Xiao Chen just smiled at him. After so many years in the Kunlun realm, he had seen all sorts of people. Xiao Chen clearly knew what the blue-clad old man was thinking. The other party's tricks were not very clever. "That's not good, right? I wonder where that group of demon tone bats flew off to. Who knows when they will fly out again? At that time, someone will tell me to scram again. Xiao Qin said indifferently with a cold expression. He was not a fool to board the ship. The blue-clad old man smiled awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding. Earlier, I thought that young hero wanted to harm this ship. It really was a misunderstanding. That's right. My master is a good person. Now that you saved us, come on up and have a seat. Come on up and have a seat. You are going to the profound, light, great realm, right? We can bring you up. The girl with some baby fat, Fei invited Xiao Qin. Junior sister, why are you being so polite to him? Master invited him out of goodwill. Yet he is putting on airs. If he is not coming, then so be it. The thin-lipped man, Luo Nan, mocked as he rolled his eyes at Xiao Qin. Goodbye. After all, the other party was a primal core realm expert. Even if he harbored evil intentions, Xiao Qin could not afford to offend him. Waving his hand, Xiao Qin turned to leave. Wait, the blue-clad old man seemed to have made up his mind about something, suddenly calling out to Xiao Qin. The wary Xiao Qin did not rush to turn around. He only prepared for the dragon blood soul-breaking finger as he silently executed the divine lightning eye. What a strong wariness! The blue-clad old man noticed Xiao Qin's wariness and felt slightly startled. However, he did not intend to attack Xiao Qin. The blue-clad old man feared those elusive demon tone bats. Before he figured out what was going on, he would not take the risk. You saved the lives of our entire ship. This old man has nothing to repay you for. However, I know a place with extremely high-quality baleful energy. I can tell you about it. The moment the blue-clad old man said that, the disciples of the Tianyi sect and that old man were all shocked. They could not understand why the blue-clad old man would tell such a secret to an outsider. Peak-grade baleful energy. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat as he thought quickly. Even though he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, he did not dare to act rashly. Although he knew that the other party did not have good intentions, the other party's offer had indeed tempted him. Agree or not? Chapter 1561. No problem, no problem. You can stay on this ship for the time being. Venerable meant that he was an expert worthy of respect. In order to have a chance to become a true god in the future, one had to build a good foundation in order to become a true god. Isn't that obvious? With a single glance, one could tell that he was a wandering cultivator without a sect. If they were from a righteous sect, they would have reported their names long ago. Fei happily agreed. After her master left, she looked at Xiao Qin and asked impatiently, Big brother Xiao Qin, which great realm are you from? Which sect are you from? You are very strong. Perhaps Xiao Qin wanted Fei and Luo Nan to interact more with Xiao Qin because he wanted to use this opportunity to investigate his origins. When the other party raised his hand, it felt as though he was fused with space itself. With a single leap, it felt as though the entire surrounding space was lifted up by the other party. The enlightened being realm was divided into 3 small realms: true essence, yin essence, and yang essence. Only by combining the 3 essences and forming an inner core could one enter this realm. When Fei saw Xiao Qin hesitating, she kindly reminded him. As for primal core realm experts, even if they used their trump cards, they would not be able to harm their opponent. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, Young hero is right. This old man can only help you to this extent. After all, how can such a resource be without an owner? When Luo Nan heard this, he felt upset. This junior sister seemed to be overly concerned about this fellow. Profound Yin Island was a land of fortuitous encounters. There were many high-quality, baleful Yin energy hidden in the depths of the earth vein. There were even peak-grade, baleful Yin energy. However, Yin fiend resources were limited. Ordinary disciples could only rely on Yin essence stones. However, Some of the best Yin essence stones were not much worse than Yin Qi. According to the rules of the Jianghu, one had to be outside. Unless the other party brought it up on their own initiative, they were not allowed to inquire about the other party's background. It was considered a taboo. Xiao Chun laughed bitterly in his heart when he saw the other party's innocent eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "All right, I will thank Elder first." And Yin essence stones and Yang essence stones were very valuable treasures in the perfected being realm. The supreme grade, baleful Yin energy was too important to him. Xiao Chun was very clever and immediately understood. He looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "You want me to pretend to be a Tianyi sect disciple and enter profound Yin Island. The reason is because of you. Just like you said, don't ask about other people's origins unless they are willing." Xiao Chen, in particular, respected him very much. "It's fine. Brother Luo Nan is too polite. Miss Fei actually your senior brother is right. If someone isn't willing to expose their own clan, they must have some misgivings." The blue-clad old man smiled calmly and said, "I still have a small request. Wherever there is a baleful Yin energy, there will be Yin essence stones. You only need to absorb the Yin baleful energy. I will leave the Yin essence stones for the other disciples to use." Back then, for the sake of this profound Yin island, the various sects fought each other. It was not easy to come up with this compromise. If not for his opponent's carelessness and the fact that he had coincidentally collided with his dragon blood, soul-breaking finger, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to say. When the half-step primal core realm pirate second in command made a move on the pirate ship, Xiao Qin knew that he was not a match for him. Xiao Qin frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "Big brother Xiao Qin, just agree. My master is sincerely repaying you. Senior brother Luo Nan and I also have to hand over Yin essence stones to the sect. In fact, this pirate ship incident might even have something to do with it. However, this profound Yin island did not belong to the Tianyi sect alone." At the same time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert drank tea and chatted in a tea hall within the ship. The focus was on Xiao Qin, who was wandering around on the deck. Xiao Chun remained calm and collected, silently dispersing the divine lightning eye and the dragon blood, soul-breaking finger. The blue-clad old man before Xiao Qin was strong and shrewd with age. Interacting with this old man was like asking a tiger for its skin. If one was not careful, one would end up getting eaten. The blue-clad old man pointed to Fei and Luo Nan. Then he said, "This year, Fei and Nanner did well, standing out in the competition between their sect members and obtaining the right to go to profound Yin Island. Senior brother, why did you give this fellow such benefits? He is not from a sect, has no one to rely on, and is decisive in killing. With one look, it is clear that he is a loose cultivator." 1 hour later, Xiao Qin understood the ins and outs of the matter. As for half-step primal core realm cultivators, if they did not use Dermic World, the divine lightning eye, the ice blood lightning dragon, and the dragon blood soul-breaking finger, it would be hard to say who would win. It was best to absorb peak-grade baleful Yin energy and peak-grade baleful Yang energy in the Yin cloud realm and the Yang essence stage. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the blue-clad old man. "It is rare for senior to be so kind. This junior does indeed need peak-grade baleful Yin energy to advance to the Yin essence stage. As the saying went, in order to become a god, one had to first become a human. Of the billions of cultivators, only 10% could break through to the mortal realm. Those who could break through to the innate realm were even fewer. The half-step primal core realm expert was still brooding, not understanding the blue-clad old man's actions. It's that simple." Xiao Chen remained silent. It seemed like he had not seen such a naive girl for a long time already. As long as the other party had a chance, she could kill him at any time. Xiao Chen smiled, not minding it. His eyes could understand the ways of the world. Instead, the islands were managed by the surrounding large sections. At this time every year, the various large sects would send out veritable essence stage or een essence stage outstanding talents to compete on the islands. Senior brother, how can you say that? Faye said angrily. Master wants us to properly entertain our honored guests. Quickly apologize. Faye seemed to understand, but not really. After a while, she nodded and smiled. Big brother Xiao Chen, you really know a lot. With one look, I can tell that you are a good person. On this trip, Xiao Chen wanted to go to a star, close to the profound, light, great realm. Xiao Chen already made up his mind to take a risk. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen boarded the ship with Xiao Chen. The three casually walked on the deck, admiring the scenery of the boundless starry heavens in the night sky. The Tianyi sect disciples on the deck all respected the three. The blue-clad old man did not care. He laughed straightforwardly and stood up. Fei, Nan, you are all cultivators of the same generation. You can interact with them. At the same time, help me properly entertain them. Your martial uncle and I will take our leave first. In my opinion, they are no weaker than the elite disciples of those rank 2 sections. The blue-clad old man was a primal core realm expert. What was the primal core realm? Luo Nan asked sarcastically, not waiting for Xiao Chen to reply. Luo Nan's words angered his junior sister. To Xiao Chen, it meant that he knew a lot and was definitely a good person. Done. The blue-clad old man spoke casually. However, Xiao Chen could feel the bloodshed in his words. Cultivators who could reach this level could be called venerates in the great 1,000 realms. Breaking through to the veritable personage realm and becoming a primal core realm expert was worthy of respect, regardless of one's age. Luo Nen felt upset in his heart. However, he still said reluctantly, Sorry, I was too rash earlier. Brother Xiao Chen, please don't take offense. As Luo Nen looked at the other party, the hidden meaning in Xiao Chen's words was very straightforward. Are you that nice? The female disciple named Fei smiled politely at Xiao Chen when she heard that. However, Luo Nen feigned indifference, not moving at all. Since ancient times, riches and honor came from danger. This person who dismantled the black scimitar pirate ship with his bare hands was filled with mystery in their eyes. The blue-clad old man was an experienced person. Aside from asking for Xiao Chen's name, he did not say anything else. We should just directly kill such an existence. He definitely has the formation diagram of the pirate ship on him. That is something worth cities. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, That's easy. Please come on board for a chat. I will tell you in detail. There was an island on that star called Profound Een Island. What is this? When Luo Nan heard that, he nearly vomited blood. These words were not an exaggeration at all. The sect had a cloud sea powerhouse who surpassed the primal core realm, holding down the fort. It turned out that this Tianyi sect came from the enlightened Great Realm, a rank 1 sect that bordered the profound light Great Realm. The blue-clad old man waved his hand and said, Young hero, please do not misunderstand. This matter is rather complicated. Now, Xiao Chen more or less understood what he understood. Ordinary Een Essence Stage and Yang Essence Stage cultivators would not be a match for him unless he was an outstanding talent of a sect. Chapter 1562. The blue-clad old man said indifferently, Junior brother, you still do not see things clearly enough. Although this Xiao Chen is only a veritable essence stage cultivator, he has an extraordinary air about him. Think about it. How would a regular veritable essence stage cultivator behave when they see the two of us? The half-step primal core realm expert quickly said, They would definitely be very respectful and amiable. It is normal for them to try to suck up to us if they feel uncomfortable. Before a veritable essence stage cultivator, a primal core realm cultivator was a godlike existence. The blue-clad old man nodded. What about him? He is neither servile nor overbearing, extremely calm. With one look, it is clear that he is someone who has seen a lot of things. Such a person either has a noble background or has experienced many things. He looks young, so it cannot be the latter. It can only be the former. Could he be a rank 2 sect disciple or a noble clan disciple? The half-step primal core realm old man was startled when he heard that. If that was the case, then they could not touch him. If they touched someone with a deep background, then the consequences, yes and no. Senior brother, what do you mean? The blue-clad old man smiled strangely. It is true that he comes from a noble clan. However, look at him. He cannot even find a good, baleful energy, wandering the starry heavens alone. Is there such a noble clan? Then, senior brother, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say. The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "Ha ha ha! In that case, I'll say it directly. He is indeed a noble clan disciple, but his clan should be in dire straits. It is more likely that it was destroyed. That's why he is wandering the starry heavens, hiding from his enemies." The half-step primal core realm old man's eyes lit up. After a while, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Senior brother, you can even guess that. You are amazing." Given this, it explained why Shao Qin could kill the second-in-command of the pirate group. How could such a fallen disciple not have any life-saving trump cards? This also explained why Shao Qin's aura and bearing came from. Noble clan disciples had seen many experts since they were young. How could they be so respectful to 2 primal core realm cultivators? This was also why these disciples in dire straits had more treasures than ordinary loose cultivators. Just the formation diagram and formation plate of the pirate ship were enough for the 2 to make a move against Shao Qin. Furthermore, there was Shao Qin's identity. No matter how one looked at it, this white-robed bladesman was a fat lamb. The blue-clad old man smiled in an unfathomable manner. "I'll get Fei and Luo Nen to interact more with him. Youths should be less wary of each other. We should be able to get some information. In that case, why did we send him to Profound Island? If his strength increases, it will be disadvantageous to us." The blue-clad old man smiled and said, "You do not understand this. If we let him go to Profound Island, he can help us collect essence stones for free. This can be considered our contributions to the sect. Secondly, the intense competition on Profound Island will definitely exhaust many of his trump cards. How much can he improve? If I wasn't worried about his trump card, I could have easily crushed him." The half-step primal core realm old man smiled and said, "Excellent. Senior brother, with such meticulous planning, even if that Shao Qin had 9 heads, he would not be able to escape your grasp. Humph! This kind of person is already in decline, yet he is still proud and arrogant, believing himself infallible. He is the one who refuses to recognize reality. Now that he ran into me, I can teach him a lesson." A greedy look flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. As the saying went, the world was dangerous. The danger was in the world, and the evil was in the human heart. Back on the deck, Fei and Shao Qin chatted happily. Occasionally, bell-like laughter rang out. This made Luo Nan, who was following at the side, extremely jealous. He could not interrupt even if he wanted to. As Luo Nan looked at Shao Qin, he hated that he could not use his gaze to kill Shao Qin. This was Shao Qin's first time seeing someone from the outer realm. He did not understand many of the local customs, sect grades, cultivation techniques, and divine weapons. After all, the Book of the Epics only recorded a general idea. It would not record everything in detail, no matter how big or small. Fei's thoughts were pure. When Shao Qin occasionally asked questions, she would enthusiastically answer them. Shao Qin learned that the sects were the leaders of the great 1,000 realms. Sects were divided into 7 ranks. Below rank 7, they were all unranked sections. Any sect with a rank had at least 10,000 years of accumulations. The Tiani sect was a rank 1 sect with a Cloud Sea Realm Supreme Elder holding down the fort. As for a rank 2 sect, it required at least 3 Cloud Sea Realm existences to be considered a rank 2 sect. Generally, second-rank sects were powerful and would control more than one great world. They did not need to be like a rank 1 sect, which controlled an entire great realm. As for rank 3 sects, they were already considered extremely strong, with divine vein realm powerhouses holding down the fort. They were absolute overlord-class existences in thousands of great realms of an astral domain. Take the Purple Sun region, for example. Any random disciple of the 4 rank 3 sects would be respected by a primal core realm powerhouse. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt deeply moved. This great 1,000 realms truly had limitless possibilities. No wonder so many cultivators of the Kunlun realm, since ancient times, stepped onto the Kunlun road without hesitation. It was getting late, so Xiaoqin took his leave to rest. He planned to think about how to deal with that blue-clad old man. "Junior sister, I'll send you back. You should be tired from the battle with the pirates today." When Xiaoqin finally left, Luo Nan immediately showed a smile. "Senior brother Luo, Master is looking for you." Just at this moment, a disciple walked out of the ship and spoke respectfully. Luo Nan felt depressed. After so much difficulty, he finally got a chance to be alone, but it was ruined again. Fate smiled and said, "Senior brother, go and see Master first. There is no danger on the ship. I can go back alone." Luo Nan stared at Fei's back in a daze. "Senior brother, it's time to go." Oh, I'll go right away." Inside the tea room of the ship, after Luo Nan bowed, the blue-clad old man asked with a smile, "Nenner, that Xiaoqin spent so much time with the two of you. What did he say to you?" Luo Nan could not help cursing in his heart. "This Xiaoqin did not say a single word to me. He chatted with Junior's sister the entire time." Reporting to Master that Xiaoqin chatted with Junior's sister the entire time and did not speak to me, Luo Nan said honestly, even though he felt somewhat upset. The blue-clad old man said, "Yes." "What did they say?" Luo Nan nodded and repeated what Junior's sister Fei said, word for word. The more the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. Why did this sound like they were exposing their wealth? They told Xiaoqin everything about the Tiani sect's situation. Fei even gave Xiaoqin a simple summary of the two's strength. However, Xiaoqin's tone showed great respect for the 2 old men. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was a careless remark. "Stop right there. Who's asking you all this?" "I'm asking what that Xiaoqin said." The half-step primal core realm old man rudely interrupted Luo Nan with a cold expression. Luo Nan spoke happily. He remembered his junior sister's words. Zhang Xian was stunned by the interruption. Ask Xiaoqin? He couldn't wait to kill that brat. So how could he remember what that brat said? "Tell me, what did Xiaoqin say?" "Don't leave out a single word." The blue-robed old man said expressionlessly, I, sensing that his master and martial uncle were somewhat angry. Luo Nan flushed red. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember what Xiaoqin said. "Master, martial uncle, I really can't remember. Please punish me." Plop! Luo Nan fell to his knees, not daring to raise his head. "Trash! What are you thinking in your head? Get out of my sight." The blue-clad old man felt enraged as he waved his hand to chase Luo Nan away. Luo Nan felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been suppressing a bellyful of anger in the first place. When he finally got a chance to be alone with his junior sister, his master and martial uncle called him over and ruthlessly lectured him. "What is going on?" Luo Nan felt so depressed that he wanted to cry. The blue-clad old man could not be blamed for being angry. Originally, he wanted to dig out Xiaoqin's background with the 2 of them. Who could have imagined that they would not dig out anything? Instead, they ended up exposing their own background. Who could not be angry? Senior brother, this brat is somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-clad old man showed an unfriendly expression as he snorted coldly. This brat is somewhat skilled. However, he chose the wrong opponent to fight with me. Just wait and see.